Call me back and let me know when it's convenient for you for me to compliment.
From Weston, and a friend of ours works for Dale Larson. He's supposed to pick up some hay for the cattle, and he was told that there was supposed to be some place that he could pick up. There's a rock forest or something. He stopped back here, and when I sent him back over.
Next, we have My Journey of Finding Creating the Perfect Emacs Theme by Metrowind. He will answer questions via web conference. You can join using the URL from the talk page or ask questions through Etherpad or IRC.
Hi, my name is Metrowind. In this talk, I will take you through my journey into Emacs themes. I am a longtime Emacs user. I started using Emacs since version 21. The goal of this talk is to inspire more people into making themes. Maybe you are already making themes. In that case, I hope you could find some tips and tricks in this one. I will basically go through all the themes that I created, but I think the most important thing here is to understand why some of the colors are picked and the motivations behind them. So the first theme I created is called Deviant. It looks like this. The inspiration for this one is a website called DeviantArt. Basically, I just used their color palettes of from their design. It was a like a community for indie artists. I was really into that back in the day, so that's that. Otherwise, nothing special. The next theme I created was called Flux UI. It's in Melpa, and let me just show you. Flux UI. So yeah, that's how it looks like. But where did the colors come from, right? To understand that, I'll need to take you back in time, to where iOS 7 was released by Apple. That was a big deal because that popularized the idea of flat UI designs. And after that, everybody followed suit and changed their design, of their websites and applications to use some sort of flat UI design concepts. And about the same time, there came a website called flatUIcolors.com. It hosted one color palette, and that was really good. So I picked that as the basis of my theme, and initially I named it Flat UI, but that name was taken in Melpa. So I just renamed it to something random, Flux UI. The next one is called Lab. To understand why I need to create this theme, it's because I thought some of the colors in Flux UI was standing out too much, like the green here. Right? So this one. I thought this is too bright, just a little bit. So I thought I needed a way to pick some colors that are about the same lightness, essentially. So how do I do that? The answer is to go into a color space called Lab. Now, normally you do color work in RGB, right? Which is red, green, and blue. It doesn't tell you a lot about lightness. If you do a pure blue, it actually looks a lot darker than a pure red or a pure green. So that doesn't work. But in Lab, things are different because one of the channel is L, which is lightness. The other two channels are A and B, which are just for the colors. This is great because I could just fix L, meaning I fix the lightness, and then I can vary A and B however I want. The color will stay roughly in the same lightness, which is exactly what I wanted. So for that, I created a Mac app where I could just fix lightness, like I said, And then I could click on this colorful thing to pick a color. The app will pick another 5 according to some pattern. And then I could just like hard code these colors in Emacs. Let me show you. Y theme lab. Yeah, not very different from Flux UI colors, which is intentional. But the idea here again is all the colors will be in about the same lightness, which I guess it was. So yeah, so this one was a success. I used it for a really long time, and then I got bored. So I needed something interesting. The idea at the time was then to create a theme that doesn't have any colors, essentially. A grayscale theme. So I call it Not Ink. It is also in Melpa. It looks like this. Yeah, like I said, everything is gray. There's no color. But to my surprise, this is actually very usable. I didn't have any problem in readability. I didn't have any problem distinguish, different elements in the code. So a big surprise and also a big success, actually. And then I got bored. Then I just decided to install a whole bunch of themes from Melpa. And every time I start Emacs, I just pick a random theme. There are some caveats to that, which I don't want to get into. But let me just show you. Apply random theme. So it picked one for me, and then it picked another. So yeah, it's an interesting setup. I'm still using this setup today, actually. So good one. Walls of text. Now the final theme I want to look into, which is the latest, is called Monte Carlo. Which the idea here is to bring the idea of picking a random theme to the next level. So this is just one theme that generates a random color palette for me every time. Not in Melpa because I'm not completely satisfied. But anyway, how would I pick a random color palette, right? The answer is again to look at a different color space. In this time it's called HLC, which is hue, lightness, and chroma. So hue is just colors, red, green, blue, or yellow, whatever. Lightness is lightness. Chroma is saturation, essentially. This is great because I could fix both lightness and saturation and only vary in hue to pick my colors. Now the problem is, once I have the color palette in HLC, how would I convert it to sRGB? Because Emacs only knows about colors in sRGB. The answer here is to go through another color space called XYZ. This is an extremely important color space because basically all other color spaces are defined on top of XYZ. So you would have like transformations from XYZ to all other color spaces. Now, if you invert these transformations, you could go from, for example, HLC back into XYZ, and then go to another color space of your choosing, right? So this is how to convert colors between color spaces. In this case, I have to convert colors from HLC to lab, and from lab to XYZ, and from XYZ to sRGB. So this time, the conversions are all done in Emacs Lisp. And I have the code in here in this URL. You could take a look, or you could actually just use maybe some package to convert colors. Anyway, let me show you how this works. So in this case, I could apply theme Monte Carlo. So this is now a random theme, actually. Well, a theme with random colors, because I could apply the same theme and it will look different every time. I could also look at the colors it picked, as a list of colors. I could also look at this like fancy chart of colors. This is too small, so let me show you this. So basically the same thing. This is actually a cross-section in the HLC space, and the colors it picked are these like white circles. So that's that. But like I said, I'm not fully satisfied because most of the time the colors are pretty boring from it. I could think of some ways to improve this. For example, I could choose different patterns of the color samples, but I don't know of any good patterns. So I need to try things out. And then another way is probably to use different color spaces, like the HSL or HSV. Again, I need to try this out. So yeah, there are room for improvements. If you have any idea, let me know. We can try it out. So that's the end of my talk. Hopefully you have some new ideas. Thanks for listening in, and yeah, go create more themes because we can't have enough. Thanks.
Hello, apologies for the delay. Can you hear me? Yes.
Hello.
Hi, Metroid. How are you doing?
Good. How are you?
I'm doing good as well. Apologies for the delay. It feels like we were expecting an IRC Q&A on IRC, but well, here we are now. So you're kind of taking me off guard. I need to figure out when is the Q&A supposed to finish. So 1 p.m. The next talk is starting at 1:30. Great. Okay, so we've got about 50 minutes of Q&A. So I wasn't expecting to run the live Q&A now, so I will take it off guard.
Okay, cool. Oh, I can see questions in the Etherpad.
Sure. Would you like to start answering them? I can put them on the screen for you if you want, if you give me about 30 seconds.
Hello.
Hi, Metroid. How are you doing?
Good. How are you?
I'm doing good as well. Apologies for the delay. It feels like we were expecting IRC Q&A on IRC, but well, here we are now. So I will kind of take me off guard. I need to figure out when is the. Sorry, I'm struggling to get it. Get the chat up running. Give me 10 more seconds and we'll be live. We've got about 50 minutes of Q&A. So I wasn't expecting to run the live Q&A now, so I will take it off guard.
Okay. Cool.
All right, we're good.
Oh, I can see questions in the Etherpad.
Sure. Yes. So feel free to start answering the first one whilst I put out fire in the background. I'll be with you shortly. So just to be clear, right now we are currently streaming. So if you want to answer with your voice, you can as well.
Oh, I'm sorry. Okay, yeah. So I've got a question.
It was a little bit of I think there was a little bit of a misunderstanding with whether we were doing a Q&A on BBB or if we were doing it on Etherpad. So it's really up to you. Right now we've set up everything. So if you want to start answering question with your voice, we might as well.
So okay, so I can just do it live. So one question is, so I assume this is question on the lab space where all the colors are the same lightness. Does it hurt readability? So far, I find it to be okay. For the lab theme, I picked the colors manually, right? So like I could just pick a angle essentially so that no colors are similar. So I have good readability. But for a random theme in Monte Carlo, it's hard because like it's just random. But yeah, that's a really good point. And also that's one of the motivations I did the Notting, the Grayscale theme, to explore just using lightness. Yeah. So looking at other questions.
Okay, great. Do you want to take the next question?
So, okay. Okay, let's go to the third first. Let's finish.
Yes.
For Monte Carlo, are all the random colors picked using a color wheel heel rotation? Yes. Well, so basically what the theme does is it picks a saturation and lightness for me first. These are also random, but they are picked with some kind of range. And that's a parameter that I can play with, the range of lightness and and saturation. Once those are fixed, the colors are picked by angles in the color wheel or heel rotation, as you would put it. So yes, that's roughly the process.
Okay, great. I think the second question is still in the process. Oh, well, maybe you could start fielding it. I think you've got already something to work on.
Let's see. One area I see Emacs able to do things that underused is changing the font size, font typing, model space based on various faces.
Yeah. So to paraphrase the question, one thing that Emacs is definitely not doing a whole lot of right now is changing the font that is being used, be it the font size, the font family. Sometimes you see themes, especially org mode themes, fontify differently the headers of the documents versus the content. And usually you do have a little bit of a contrast that is being introduced. But is it something that you find value in, this type of contrast based on font?
To me, it's my personal preference to just use one font. I don't even change the font size a lot in org mode. It's just personal preference. But I've seen scenes where like once I applied, I open the org doc and suddenly like all the titles are like serif or some fancy fonts. That works. And to me, again, it's a personal preference that I don't really like that, but I know a lot of people like that. So it's up to you, I guess.
Yeah, I mean, as we've seen in your talk and as well as the previous one we had this morning, themes are very personal, and at the end, whatever you need to, some people are going to need more contrast than others. Some people are going to need a little more variety in the fonts that they use. Ultimately, it's up to you really what you want to use. The end point, the end goal that one should be aiming for is to feel comfortable in what they're editing, and whether this comfort translates into a very bare-bone color theme like the one we saw this morning with very slight colors but still which has a lot of personality, or perhaps something closer to yours which tends to use equal luminance or lightness for the different entries. Well, everyone needs to tune in and find whatever works best for them, I think.
Yep. And also, like, I want to note, I actually have a personal rule. It's also in all my all my themes. Is that comments have to be italic. I just like the look of italic comments. So if you in one of the section in the video, I mentioned I have hooks. Maybe I didn't mention, but I have hooks when using picking the random theme setup. One of the purpose of that hook is I can add italic to all the themes on the comment face.
Right.
Which I don't think it works actually right now, but that's the intention.
Yeah, but I think it answers the question we started on originally, because changing the font, I mean, using the italic variant of the font, it's literally a different font, and so being
Yeah.
able to have this type of contrast is actually important for you. So it's nice that you managed to find this particular bit of knowledge through experimentation.
And also I want to add that if you pick a monospace font like I do, usually there's not a lot of creativity. That's not the word. It's a lot of personality in
Yeah.
the like the regular font part, but people do put a lot of different things in the italic. So yeah, if you can find a way to utilize the italic face, you could see some interesting result.
Yeah, definitely. And again, I think it's important to consider all the things you can play with in terms of contrast, because at the end of the day, some people are going to be more receptive to a change of font than change of color. Just considering the amount of people who are colorblind and who are using software like this.
That's true.
Sometimes your vision optimizes for particular kind of changes, and some people are going to be more sensitive to a slanted eye than they would be to an eye that is red or an eye that is blue. So there's stuff for everyone out there.
Completely true. Yep.
Yeah. So I'm looking at the time, and we have about 8 minutes until we go into the next talk. To be frank, I don't think I've got any more questions on my end. I'm not sure if we've got any people on BBB who's joined us and would like to ask a question. Let me check on IRC quickly if we've got any questions coming our way. I don't see any. Do you see any on your end?
Not really.
Well, then I suggest we just leave it at that and enjoy a little break before the next chat. So thank you so much, Metro Wins, for coming to EmacsConf and talking about colors, because as you saw, many people are interested about them, so much that another person decided to have a chat about theme. We didn't plan for this, but it's nice to see. And well, perhaps you could collaborate in the future and both find the mutual confidence that you need to push your stuff to Melpa, because I did hear that you weren't feeling too confident about your random color theme package, but you've done the first step, which is talking about it and sharing it with all of us. And perhaps the next step is to actually clean up the code to your satisfaction and publish it eventually.
Oh, I can see another question. Should we go? Should we go to that?
Sure.
Have you ever kept any of the random themes that were thrown out? So I assume this is for the Monte Carlo setup. The answer is no. The reason is, like I mentioned, I'm using the randomly picking a theme setup right now, and Monte Carlo is one of them. Now, when Emacs picks Monte Carlo by chance, I wouldn't know about it. So I wouldn't know this is my random theme. That's the reason I never kept any like good color schemes generated. So no.
Right, okay. Well, considering we don't have any further question, what I suggest now is that we'll leave it at that. So again, Metrowind, thank you so much.
Thank you.
And hopefully we'll hear more of your themes in the future.
Cool, thanks.
All right, bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
And we will be resuming with a talk by Christopher Howard in 5 seconds.
Next, we have Watering My Digital Plant with Emacs Timers by Christopher Howard. He will answer questions via IRC in the EmacsConf Gen channel.
Welcome to Watering My Digital Plant with Emacs Timers, a talk by Christopher Howard for Emacs Conference 2024. The goal of this talk is to give a brief introduction to Emacs Timers, using the illustration of how I created a bot for the Astrobotany service. What is Astrobotany? Let me jump to the home page. Astrobotany is a botany game, or simulation, that is played using the Gemini protocol and GemText documents. What is Gemini? The Gemini protocol is a small web protocol, similar to the Hypertext Transfer Protocol, but with differing goals of simplicity, non-extensibility, and protecting privacy. GemText is a simple hyperlinking document format, the analog of the Hypertext Markup Language, or HTML. Much more could be said about the design and goals of the Gemini project, but that is not the focus of this talk. And how do you play Astrobotany? First, you need to get a Gemini client, or what you might call a browser. Many clients are available, but I am using Elfer, a Gemini client for Emacs. Once you have your client running, navigate to the home page for Astrobotany, which is shown in this window. You'll see the URL for the home page displayed at the top of the window. On your first visit to Astrobotany, you will need to create a client certificate, which will be used instead of a password. Your Gemini client will help you to create the certificate. Then you will go to the Visit Your Plant page. In order to view your plant, to water it, and to collect things from it, including money. So here you see the plant that I'm currently growing in glorious ASCII graphics. There's also a color version available from this page. Back at the home page, you can do other things, like go to the item shop to buy items like badges, fertilizer, or post on the message board. In Astrobotany, gardener bots are fully legal, and to do an action on your plant, like watering the plant, all your bot needs to do is to access the appropriate Gemini URL or page while presenting the appropriate certificate for your plant. And this brings us to Emacs Timers. So the main function of interest to us is the run at time function. Here is the help documentation, which is available in any recent Emacs installation. As you see, the purpose of the function is to perform an action at a specific time, to repeat it after a specific number of seconds. And so basically, all you have to do is pass in a function to run at time, telling Emacs how soon you want to run the function, and then how often you want to run the function after that. The function has a variety of options for specifying the time parameter, that is, how soon you want the function to run. For our application, in which we'll be running our functions once or twice a day at specific times, it is most useful to specify the number of seconds until the event. This does, however, require calculating the number of seconds until a specific time of day. I will provide code for this shortly. The run-at-time function does allow you to specify the time parameter as a string, representing the hours and minutes. For example, 05:40. However, there is an oddity in the design of run-at-time, such that if the specified time of day has already passed, then the timer will run immediately, rather than in the future, as you might expect. This can be problematic, for example, if run-at-time is being called from your init file, since the timer will run immediately every time you restart Emacs for any reason. I noticed recently that run-at-time also allows you to pass in a value from encode time, which maybe does what we want, but I never bothered with testing that. Actually, I have a vague memory of once looking into it and it didn't seem to do what I wanted, but honestly I can't clearly remember, so you may want to look into that yourself. What I ended up using was just passing in a number of seconds. So now we'll move over to the code. So I'll skip down here first to the code that I wrote for calculating the number of seconds. It's a function that calculates the number of seconds until a particular time of day in the future. You can see that you pass in the hour as a number from 0 to 23, and the minutes as a number from 0 to 59. And here's the code, which will also be available later. I wrote another function, seconds until weekly, which we do not need for this talk, but which is useful if you're running events which need to happen once per week. This function also requires a target day and a target hour, a target hour and a target minute, but also requires passing in a target day. And while we're on the subject of timers specifically, I should mention that Emacs has a very useful function called list timers. So if I call the interactive function list timers, it will give me a list of all the timers currently running. This page shows not only which timers exist, but also how long it will be until they run again, along with the periodic repeat value that you specified. Furthermore, any timer can be canceled by moving point over the timer and running timer list cancel, which on my system is bound to the letter C by default. This is very helpful while you are developing some timer function. So I could cancel the timer that I already have running for shaking the plant, as well as the one for watering the plant. And back to the code. So now we'll talk about the actual code for managing the plant. So you see I have a variable set up here that specifies where the certificate file, the public certificate file, as well as the secret key file is located. This is where it is in my system, Of course, depending on your specific Gemini client, it may be in a different place and will likely have a different name. And here is the code for watering the plant, which I can call interactively. And the core of it here is that it uses the GMNI utility, command line utility, to call a particular URL while also loading up or presenting the required certificate. So in this case, you can see it is the URL that is required for watering the plant. This idea is very simple, and the GMNI client, or GMNI command line program, makes this very simple to do. Here's another function for shaking the plant. Again, it is almost identical, except that we use a different URL, one for shaking the plant instead of watering it. And again, we want to shake the plant in order to get money to fall off of it. You need to water your plant at least once per day, or it'll die. And I usually water mine twice. And just in case something happens where Emacs was turned off because of a power outage or something like that, then I'm more likely to get it watered. And I shake it once per day because there isn't any purpose to shaking it more than that. If you try to shake it more than that, then no more money will fall off, or not much. So you see down here, I have the code that actually calls run at time. I left here commented my original forms of this, which used just specify directly the time of day. As I mentioned, the problem with that was that these functions would also get called whenever I restarted Emacs for any reason, and that was kind of annoying. So instead we have here the functions down here, which uses seconds until daily to water the plant, and then seconds until daily to shake the plant. You see I've specified the plant to get watered at 4 in the morning, and then the function is run again after that every 43,200 seconds, which translates to every 12 hours. And then I shake the plant every morning at 4:15 a.m. and once every 12 hours. With a little bit more sophistication, a little bit more work on the code, I could actually have multiple plants, be watering and shaking multiple plants with multiple certificates, but I never got around to that. Didn't seem worth the bother to me. So thank you for watching my video, watering my digital plant with Emacs timers. You'll see at the bottom of this page links to the code for this talk, as well as other things that I mentioned, like the source code for the Elfer Gemini client, the URL for the Astrobotany capsule, as well as a link to more information about Project Gemini and my own personal Gemini capsule that's being run off my own server at home. Thank you very much.
Okay, everyone, we'll be resuming for the next talk at 55 of the current hour, so in about 10 minutes. Until then, Q&A on IRC with Christopher Howard. Okay, everyone, we're about to resume with the next talk of the day in 5 seconds.
Next, we have Emacs as a Shell by Christopher Howard. He will answer questions via IRC in the EmacsConf Gen channel.
Welcome to Emacs as a Shell, a talk by Christopher Howard for Emacs Conference 2024. In this talk, I would like to explore, or advocate for, a particular perspective. I want to encourage people to think of Emacs not as simply an editor or a development environment, but rather as a shell, or at least something that allows us to do most of the things that we might otherwise want to do from a shell. What do I mean by shell? By shell, I mean basically an interface that allows us to interact with the rest of our system by entering commands. That definition is perhaps a little too broad, and so I will try to narrow it down with a list of features that historically we have come to expect from a shell. The Bash shell is one very portable and well-known shell, and for many of us it is maybe the prototypical example. But in the past there have been many other shells, and there are other shells available today. If we are willing to be flexible in our thinking, we can think of Emacs as being a shell, or at least providing most of the functionality that we expect from a shell. Before further expanding on this idea, I must emphasize what I do not mean. First of all, I am not talking about running Bash or some other external shell from within Emacs, although this is certainly possible. I'm arguing, rather, for using Emacs as a shell, instead of other shells. Second, I do not mean running a terminal emulator from within Emacs. Emacs has a built-in terminal emulator, but this is not what I mean. A terminal emulator is essentially a program designed to control the cursor and text appearance in response to various control codes, in order to mimic a terminal display device. There are certainly legitimate reasons to do this. Nevertheless, in general, it does not make much sense to run a terminal emulator within Emacs, because Emacs has its own commands for controlling the cursor and text appearance. Also, due to the way Emacs was designed historically, Emacs itself believes that it is running on a terminal, so you end up with layers upon layers of terminal emulation. Anyhow, at the end of the day, Emacs will not perform as well as a dedicated terminal emulator program. I also think that as we try to force ANSI terminal emulation into our Emacs workflow, this ultimately will be a hindrance to us in taking advantage of the natural and pleasant interfaces that are already available to us within Emacs. In brief, if your goal is simply to figure out how to be able to do all your normal Bash command line wizardry from within an Emacs window instead of a GNOME console window, you are headed down a different set of train tracks than I am. Also, something which I fear may confuse the issue for some viewers is the fact that Emacs ships with its own unique built-in shell, called the Emacs shell, or eShell. eShell aims to be a legitimate shell, and provides a very similar experience to other shells like Bash, while being well integrated into the Emacs interface, and without giving up the power of the Emacs Lisp engine. eShell will be mentioned multiple times in this talk. The entire talk could, in fact, be about eShell, except that I want the talk to cover all aspects of Emacs shell-like functionality through its other tools, such as interactive commands and special modes. So, Hopefully we can keep distinct in our mind the ideas of Emacs as a shell versus the Emacs shell, though the latter is an important part of the former. Let's get back to the fundamental idea of what is a shell. In the broadest definition, a shell is an interface which allows you to interact with your operating system through commands. However, from a historical perspective, there are a few basic capabilities which we expect to be part of every shell. First of all, the shell provides a means of launching external programs. Some internal or built-in commands might also be made available. Second, the shell provides a means of managing environment variables. In the past, environment variables often played a critical role as a means of passing in options, file names, device names, and such like to external programs. This is not quite as common today, but the environment still plays a critical role in managing things such as the path to executables and libraries, as well as various other user, desktop, and system settings. The shell modifies the environment and passes it on to external programs. Historically, job control was expected to be either a function of the shell or easily accessible from it. Usually today, our personal computing is not batch-oriented, but typically shells can run multiple processes simultaneously, as well as provide means to suspend and terminate processes, which are useful features. Shells should be able to redirect and pipeline process input and output. This allows the user to connect process input and output with files, devices, or other processes. Finally, shells are expected to have some limited scripting capability, such as the POSIX-compliant set of program statements and conditionals that Bash provides. As command line wizards, there are a number of tasks we expect to be able to do quickly and easily from our shell, even though these tasks are not the domain of the shell itself. A common task is file management and navigation. We quickly navigate and manipulate the file system with standard utilities that do things like change the current working directory, rename files, move files, and delete files. We usually expect to have access to some additional process management utilities. These allow us to do things such as find out the status of all processes running on the system and send signals to processes. Finally, we expect to have access to some basic networking utilities. For example, we should be able to run commands that set up network interfaces, ping computers, and download files. With a little reflection, we can see that Emacs can provide all or nearly all of the functionality we have described so far. And the functionality can be called conveniently through one of several methods. Either a normal interactive call, MX something, or a call to an eLisp function. Or through eShell commands, or through some special buffer mode, such as the directory editor, which provides its own interface to some functionality. It may be going too far to say that Emacs is a full replacement for shells like Bash. Nevertheless, we can see that Emacs can do most of the things that we might otherwise do with our shell. Let us give some examples. First, can Emacs launch external commands? Of course. Now, there are something like a half-dozen different ways to do that within Emacs, and some are more convenient than others. From any ELISP program, we can call functions like makeProcess and callProcess to launch external processes. These, however, generally are not convenient for quick one-off commands. Another option would be to run eShell, which would allow us to call the external program from a familiar command line prompt. If we do not actually want to drop into eShell just to run one command, we also have the interactive command eShell command. Which would allow us to call the external program from a familiar command line prompt. If we do not, if we do not actually want to drop into eShell just to run one command, as I just mentioned, we also have the interactive command eShell command, which allows us to enter in a one-off command and run that immediately. And finally, there is also an interactive command called simply shell command. Shell command is like eShell command, but instead passes the command off to our system shell, for example, bash. This is cheating, of course, but it might be useful or convenient in some scenarios. Regarding environment variables, Emacs can read and manipulate the environment variables, which in turn get passed on to processes which it launches. The general purpose interactive commands for this are getEnvironment and setEnvironment. These commands deal with the one environment that is available throughout all parts of your running Emacs session. In other words, these functions deal with a global environment, which is the same wherever you are running getEnvironment or setEnvironment. An important exception is that every instance of eShell maintains a distinct environment that will not be affected by setEnvironment calls run in other buffers. Also, eShell has some additional syntax for dealing with its environment, including the set and export syntax. Regarding job control and process management, Emacs does not provide job control in the way that Bash users are used to. We can, however, launch asynchronous processes and do various things to them. From eShell or an eShell command call, we can append the ampersand symbol to the command, and this will cause the process to run asynchronously in a dedicated buffer. Now, if the command is launched from eShell, it will not actually run in a separate buffer, but the output will go to the eShell buffer. We can run the interactive command list processes to see all the processes running for our current Emacs session. In eShell, we can run the command jobs to get the same list. This will show the process name, process buffer name, process ID, and some other information. We can select the process buffer in the process list to bring up that process buffer. We can also use the interactive command signal process to send any signal to a process, including stop to suspend the process, continue to resume the process, and interrupt or kill to terminate the process. Regarding redirecting and pipelining input and output, eShell does support redirection similar to Bash, so you can overwrite and append to files and some other objects. Input redirection is not yet implemented, but it is on the eShell to-do list. eShell also has pipes. The default pipe, which uses the familiar vertical bar symbol, pipes the data between the commands using an intermediate Emacs buffer. This, while usually quite practical, is less efficient than the system pipe. Therefore, eShell also makes available a star-modified version which uses the system pipe through a call to your system shell. So we can do things like direct output to a file, we're unfortunately not able to do input redirection, but we can use pipes. eLisp can manipulate and tie together processes in various ways, such as process filters and pipe processes, but I won't attempt to cover that. I feel like you should mention again that we have two kinds of pipes here available. So this pipe, the standard one, will pipe the data through Emacs buffers. That's very practical in most cases, but it is less efficient than piping through the system pipe. So eShell makes available another symbol for that, star vertical bar, that allows you to explicitly use the system pipe. Regarding scripting, of course, using Emacs makes available all the power of the eLisp API and third-party packages. So we have that out of the gate. eShell also has control flow statements, like an if construct and a for construct. See the eShell info manual, section 3.7, for more details. And if you wish to write a script entirely in eShell syntax, stored in a separate file, this is possible with recent versions of Emacs. Here's an example of a brief script that I wrote. Unfortunately, in eShell mode for proper syntax highlighting is not yet available, but hopefully that will be forthcoming. Note that eShell syntax allows eLisp forms to be interspersed with regular command form for additional scripting power. We will discuss this a little more later. Regarding file system management, in Emacs, many of the common file system operations are available as interactive commands. For example, mxcd to change your buffer's current working directory, and other mx commands such as make directory, chmod, and delete file. Of course, you can also drop into eShell or use mx eShell command to run the usual external commands for file system manipulation. Also, a file manager is built into Emacs, which can be run by calling metax directory editor. The directory editor is powerful, but it is a bit strange to folks expecting something like Midnight Commander or the GNOME File Manager. It gives us a number of helpful features like the ability to mark files and to run eLisp functions on them, and some other interesting ways to manipulate and rename the files. However, third-party Emacs extensions such as Midnight Commander Mode and Sunrise Commander are available to provide a Midnight Commander experience who prefer that sort of file management. Emacs also has the nifty Tramp functionality built in, which allows you, most of the time, to easily edit files on other computers, as well as manipulate the file system. This transparently works through SSH and some other protocols that you can specify. Regarding networking features, I don't have a lot of interesting things to say about this at the present, so I'll skip through this quickly. But if you do a little research, you will see that Emacs has a lot of functionality relating to making network connections, interacting with the web, and such like, both built-in and in available packages, as well as modes for doing things like web browsing and Gemini browsing. And of course, you can run the usual standard networking commands for your system through eShell. So, having put forward the main arguments for this talk, I would like to take some time now to give a brief tour of a few of the features of eShell, the Emacs shell. It bears emphasizing that eShell is not a drop-in replacement for Bash, or even a Bash clone, though I believe the developers are trying to make much of the syntax very similar. Also, eShell is not a terminal emulator, and it will not display correctly applications which used advanced ANSI control codes. However, eShell can be configured to be aware of such applications, and to run them automatically within the Emacs terminal emulator when launched. See Section 5.1 of the eShell manual titled Visual Commands. Though eShell is not Bash, it has multiple features, pertaining mainly to its by-design Emacs integration, which may make it more appealing to use than Bash or another shell. For one, eShell allows entering commands on the command line that are space and new line separated, without parentheses. Of course, all the other shells do this. But within eShell, it is possible to enter internal Emacs functions, as well as external commands. This allows us to do things like this. As far as I understand, it is possible to enter any Emacs function on the eShell command line. However, some special syntax may be required if you are trying to pass in something that is not a string or a number. As you might have noticed in the last example, eShell makes it possible to use an Emacs buffer as a sink for output. It also allows using a buffer as a source of input, though this is slightly more complicated, since the buffer must be converted to a string first. I have distilled this down into my own function, named with the @ symbol. And I will provide the brief snippet of code for this later. So to give an example, here's our messages buffer. And from eShell, we can do something like this. Let's say here we wanted to grep our messages buffer to see everything that we had been loading during the startup process. So you can see how that could be very handy in a number of scenarios. I wanted to briefly mention that we have a helpful function here called eShell insert buffer name. Which allows us to insert a buffer name into the current buffer at point using completion. Which can save you a lot of typing. Another nice feature of eShell is that it allows integrating eLisp into the command line call. Let's give another example. Say we wanted to echo the date to an event file, or an event log. I should probably take a moment to explain this asterisk that I'm occasionally using. So since since eShell can use internal or external internal Emacs commands or external commands, it may sometimes be necessary to clarify which one you want to use, since the names may overlap. Since my eShell is configured by default to prefer the internal Emacs functions, then sometimes I have to use the asterisk to specify that I want the external version. Here I can insert a bit of eLisp. And then redirect the output to the event log. Last, I want to mention that there are some optional eShell modules in Emacs, not turned on by default, which provide additional nifty features. On my system, I have most of the optional modules turned on. An interesting module is eShell Smart, which does various things with cursor positioning and scrolling, so as to make editing commands and reviewing output easier. Let's say I was to change directory to my boot directory. And use a command which involves lots of output. You'll notice right away that the cursor positioning is set such that I'm immediately able to view the top of the output. Also, I'm able to use the spacebar to page through the output. So this is an opinionated feature, which assumes that you're likely going to want to review the output immediately, or that you often will. Of course, you can always jump to the end. Also, after a command is entered, the cursor is immediately repositioned to make it easy to edit the command. And also, if I don't want to edit the command, and I do not want to review the output, I can simply start typing another command. So that covers the brief tour of eShell features. And that basically ends my talk. However, a handful of viewers might be wondering, is it possible to set Emacs to be my login shell? To completely replace Bash in your login experience? The answer is yes, but in practice there are various difficulties involved which might make it not worth the trouble. Before doing this, you'll have to answer a few initial questions. Do you want to make a new Emacs instance every time you log in? Or do you want it to connect to an Emacs server, which is popular among Emacs users, to reuse the session, or to connect to the existing session? Also, do you want a different result, whether in graphical or a terminal environment? And are you okay with your initialization file being run every time you log in, including every new tab you open in a terminal emulator? If we assume that you are using a system with etc password user management, you get one field to specify the name of the shell program that you want to use, and no arguments are allowed. So maybe you can see how this might be challenging depending on your answers to the previous questions. You can work around these issues in various ways, like modifying the authentication system, or by specifying a script for your login shell. But if your normal workflow is to simply log in and start Emacs and run that Emacs session until your next reboot, then it probably isn't worth the bother. So thank you for listening to my talk, Emacs as a Shell, by Christopher Howard for Emacs Conference 2024. At the bottom of this page, you can see a link to the repository containing the brief amount of code that was featured here in this video, as well as a link to my personal Gemini gemlog, as well as to a web portal version of that. Thank you.
Okay, everyone, we'll be back at 45 of the current hour for the next talk, so in about 12 minutes.
Wednesday, July 14th. Wednesday, July 14th.
Alright everyone, we're about to resume in 20 seconds-ish with the next talk by Charles.
Next, we have Reimagining the Emacs User Experience with Casual Suite by Charles Che. He will answer questions via web conference. You can join using the URL from the talk page or ask questions through Etherpad or IRC.
Hello, my name is Charles Che, and welcome to my talk, Reimagining the Emacs User Experience with Casual Suite. Casual Suite is a set of opinionated user interfaces to different modes offered in Emacs. But before I get into describing Casual in detail, let's first talk about the existing Emacs user experience. To make Emacs go, people can either invoke commands by name with execute extended command, run a command directly with a pre-assigned key binding, finally, use a mouse menu if it's available. From human-computer interface research, there is a concept of recall versus recognition in user interface design. Let's show their distinction by example. A common recall interface is password entry. Absent any historical affordances, a user must directly remember information to succeed with this interface. In contrast, menus offer immediate visual cues on what commands are available. This allows a user to recognize familiar behavior to support successful selection of it. From user interface research, the key finding is this: interfaces emphasizing recognition are much easier to use than those relying on recall. In this light, we see that the Emacs user experience leans too much towards recall. Completion and history can help tip the scales towards recognition, but only by a little bit. This reliance on recall is discouraging to users both new and old, and that's a shame because Emacs has so many useful commands. But the kicker is that most of them are infrequently used. You can't recall them all, at least I can't. So, a conundrum. While I've been using Emacs since the early 90s, truthfully, it's been only in this past decade that I've leveled up in using it. Org mode, Magit, eglot, Avi, and many other packages have transformed how I use it. I can only deal with so much cognitive load and physically straining key bindings. So, what to do about it? Let's bring back an old ideal. Keyboard-driven menus have been around since TTY video terminals with mainframes. If you're old enough to recall working with such interfaces, these terms will seem familiar. They all worked with the limitations of text-based video displays. With keyboard-driven menus, if a command exists but nobody can find it, it's not really useful. A well-designed menu can make a command discoverable. If the command is infrequently used, making it recognizable helps a lot. And for working primarily with text, having keyboard-only interactions encourages flow. Given the above, the next step seemed natural. Augment Emacs with keyboard-driven menus. This is not saying that I want to obsolete named commands, key bindings, and mouse menus. They all can happily coexist. Emacs is large. It can contain multitudes. Conveniently, Emacs has a built-in library for building such menus. It's called Transient, and it's been around since Emacs 28. Developed primarily by Jonas Bernoulli as a UI toolkit for Magit, Transient has an essential feature for building great keyboard-driven interfaces. A transient menu can be pinned. and their state updated as commands are issued from them. This lets us build interfaces that reflect internal state changes made by commands issued from the user. This is great because many modes have stateful behavior, and guess what? Emacs has a lot of modes. If you think about it, Emacs modes are akin to the ecosystem of apps that we see today, but with far less structure and packaging. A mode, like an app, focuses on delivering specific behavior to the user. There are many built-in modes in Emacs, and these modes are complex with dozens, if not hundreds, of commands. Calc itself has over 1,000 of them. It's frustrating to know that these commands are there, but I really can't access them via recall, so I decided to do something about it. And that was to transient all the modes, or at least the most major ones. This past summer, I had the time and resources to start building transient interfaces for modes that I wanted to more elegantly use. I decided to call this work casual. Given its definition, it seemed like a good fit for the vibe that I wanted these interfaces to embody. Design principles that I embraced up front were handcrafted information architecture and layout. This is largely an exercise in mapping a mode's command set to a hierarchical menu structure. I wanted these menus to make sense to most people. Ideally, users would not have to read documentation to get at the command that they wanted. Early on, I quickly learned that it was impossible to maintain the existing default key bindings when mapping them over to a hierarchical menu. Also, some bindings I just flat out disagreed with. So I resolved to be friendly but not beholden to them. In all of the above, I've gone out of my way to make clear that my design decisions are opinionated. Using casual. To reinforce habit, a common key binding is used per mode to raise a main menu. This key binding is left to user preference. For me, that binding is Ctrl-O. Command bindings are mnemonic when possible. Mode-specific settings are given their own menu. Since transient menus can be pinned, we can support repeat or stateful behavior in a mode. As of this writing, there are 11 modes supported by casual, with several more on the way. Let's look at the casual menu for Dured to highlight the design conventions previously mentioned. In a Dured Emacs window, the user can invoke their preferred key binding to call a top-level casual main menu. This main menu is displayed at the bottom of the Emacs frame. Zooming into this menu, we see the commands offered in it categorized into different sections. Each command has a key binding, usually a single character shown before its label. The File section holds commands that act upon the currently selected item or marked items. The Directory section holds commands that affect the current directory or its subdirs within it. The Mark section has marking commands that allow for aggregate operations. The Navigation section shows commands that move the point in a Dured buffer. The Quick section provides access to bookmark and buffer list commands. Search and replace commands are grouped in the Search section. New directory and file creation are given their own section. Finally, at the bottom of the menu are commands dedicated to casual menu navigation. Casual is conformant to transient conventions where the key binding Ctrl-G for dismiss one and Ctrl-Q to dismiss all menus are honored. Another transient convention is to reserve the key binding Q to quit the current mode. For most main menus, casual uses the comma key binding to invoke a mode-specific settings menu. Casual also adopts the common UI convention of using ellipsis and greater than symbols to denote required input and submenus respectively. Some commands are more global or non-mode specific in nature. A great deal of these commands relate to editing, which I find to be a prime motivation for using Emacs. Let's examine one such menu that supports this. The main menu for Casual Edit Kit is designed to provide easy access to editing and editing-related commands. Like the previous Dured menu, it organizes commands into different sections. Commands related to file and buffer operations are in the File section. Commands for editing text are in the Edit section. S, or balanced expression commands, are given a dedicated section for their own. More often than not, in many modes, I find them to do what I want. The Tools section provides access to common tools. Bookmarks I consider to be an essential feature. If you haven't used them, it's never too late to start. Emacs window management commands are given a section. Commands for search and replace, macros, and projects can be accessed from here. Finally, the menu navigation section. Note that register commands can be accessed from here. Okay, enough screenshots. Let's look at Casual in action with a demo of the Edit Kit menus. So let's start our demo of Casual Edit Kit with raising the menu, which is bound to Control-O. You'll see the menu pop up here, and in particular, we want to look at the edit operation. So we'll press E, and we'll see a number of menu items that allow you to make editing transformations to the text, be it marking, copying, killing, transposing, transforming, moving, or deleting the text. You'll see also that there's a submenu for rectangle operations. And let's first, let's actually dig through and look at what's in the Mark submenu. And you'll see that there are increments of text in which you can mark. You can mark a word, a sentence, a paragraph, and balanced expression. If we go back, you'll see a similar pattern for copying, as well as killing and transposing. Let's go and try to move a sentence. We have the point there at hello there, and we'll move that sentence around. If we press S, we can move it backward or forward. In this case, let's move it forward, so we'll press F, and you'll see hello there move up a sentence. And then we can also press B to move it back. And then press return to dismiss. Also, if we wanted to, we can, in this menu, particularly, you'll see that we also have cursor navigation, so we can move the point there. That's not in all the menus, but in a good number of the menus in Casual Edit Kit, you'll see that here. Let's press return to dismiss that. And let's actually look at some rectangle operations here. In this case, we have a list with items X, Y, and Z, and let's say we wanted to prefix each item here with a string, and we'll say we want to put in there hello. So one way of doing that is to make a rectangle. And so if we go into our rectangle menu, first off, what we need to do is define that rectangle region. So we'll press M to mark where the point is right there. And then we can use our cursor operation to move the point to define the rectangle. In this case, it's right at the start there. We can use the string insert command, I, to insert hello, colon, and then we'll put a space there to make it look a little nicer. And sure enough, that's in there. And we can have access to a number of rectangle commands here. So if we wanted to, let's say, number, we can go through that same operation here, define a region, a rectangle region that is, and press N, and you'll see that it has incremented a number for each item in that rectangle region. We can also press U, cap U, to undo these operations and leave that at that. Sorting. If we select a region here and we go back, you'll see that the sort submenu is now enabled. Sorting won't work unless you have a region started. So that's one of the nice things about Transient, is that it allows you to visually enable or disable command items with regards to whatever the current state or context is here. And in this case is whether or not you have a region highlighted. And let's say we want to sort these two columns of numbers. And so there's a command called N here, which is numeric fields. And let's choose that here. And sure enough, we get that. But there's a nice twist there. If let's say we wanted to sort on the second column. So let's move our point back up to here, and we'll mark that. And since everything is in a continuous line, we can sort of pretend that this region is actually a paragraph and mark that. And we'll go and select our sort routine, but now we need to figure out how to make numeric fields sort on the second column. So in Transient, if we press a question mark, that gives us basically a intermediate help section where if we press a key binding, it will tell us or load the docstring for the command that's there. And so that command in this case is sort numeric fields, and it requires an argument, and that argument can be passed using the prefix argument Control U. So press Q, and let's do that. In this case, we want to check or use the value 2 and press N, and sure enough, that region is sorted with respect to the second column. Before Casual, so many powerful Emacs commands were not available to me because they were too hard to recall or I could not discover them. Making Casual has changed that, letting me reimagine more positively my user experience with Emacs. If you're interested in any of what I've shown today, I invite you to try out Casual. Before I leave, my thanks and acknowledgments go out to the following people. First, to Jonas Bernoulli for making Transient and Magit. Casual would not be possible without your work. Next, to Psionic K for writing Transient Showcase. It showed me how I could build Casual. To all the Casual users and their support, I am genuinely appreciative. And finally, to John Snader for writing the kind posts on Casual on the iReal website. Thank you. Casual can be found on Melpa, and its repository is hosted on GitHub.
And I believe we are live. Hi, Charles. How are you doing?
I'm doing well. How are you doing, Leo?
I'm doing well as well. And I'm so happy to have seen your talk because the interaction with Emacs is always something that I find very interesting. And stuff like Transient, stuff like Hydra before, I think they really improve the experience, the user experience of users. And I'm really glad that I've seen you talk. Perhaps just starting with the first question, do you have anything else that you'd like to add on your talk? Because we are pretty stringent with the amount of time that we give for talks, but is there anything that you would have liked to mention to people that you weren't able to fit into the talk?
I think probably one of the design considerations I've done is that many of the commands that I've exposed through my casual interfaces have been in Emacs. They've been in there forever, but very few people, myself included, really know that they're there because they're just not discoverable through basically the existing mechanisms, prior to transient and which key to even know that those functions are there.
Yeah. So I think I'm going to start asking you questions whilst people start writing them in a pad. But yeah, I also think that discoverability is a very huge point that having stuff like the stuff that you've showed today actually allows. One example that I like to give that many people tend to forget, and you've already mentioned Magit in your presentation, is that I've learned so much about using Git in general thanks to Magit, for the reason that it shows you so many options that you might not be aware of. For instance, like I like to really think about when you think about logging in Git, Magit allows you to discover so many of the finer options, like, oh, I only want to see the first commit since the merge, or oh, I only want to consider this subsection of commits going from master or main to the point of your branch. So many things like this that you get to discover thanks to transient. So do you have any similar experience on your end?
Oh yeah, far too many. I think particularly with EditKit, having access to these commands, particularly with different granularity on like S expressions, sentences, words. Probably the most surprising thing I found was just how compelling the S expression would be as a unit of text for working with. I found that in most contexts or in many places, it did what I wanted, right? And I found that to be very surprising.
Yeah. So unless you've got anything else to add, I think we can just jump into questions.
Okay, certainly.
I'll be reading them for you so that it's easier for you. So the first question is, I wonder whether casual can only be used with the packages you mentioned, or whether it can be used with whatever packages you like.
I think it's really the latter. I'm not quite sure what the question was really pointing at. Is the question asking for why I chose the packages or the different modes that I did, or is it are they looking at it from a developer perspective of can we integrate casual with other packages?
I mean, since we've got a little bit of time ahead of us, feel free to answer both questions.
I think the answer is well, for the first one, I've generally tried to stick with using the modes that are already packaged in, and so there was a big refactoring of it where initially I made separate repos for the different modes that I supported, and then through a discussion which I won't go into here, that got changed where I consolidated all of like the different transient menus for modes that are built in for for behavior that's built into Emacs. I put that into a single package called casual, and then integrations with other third-party packages that are not built in were given their same the same standalone repo here. In terms of folks wanting to integrate that, it's the beauty of open source. They can get the repo and basically study the code base. Actually, if they even install it through the package manager, in this case, coming from the Melpa distribution, they can inspect that code and make modifications or even integrate that with their other packages and do that to their heart's content. I think one of the things that I need to, or at least, that I plan on sort of elaborating further on in the documentation is that Transient already has built-in mechanisms for modifying an existing transient. So you can add commands or redefine the bindings. And so that mechanism is available for users if they're not happy with those bindings. Or they want to add their own commands to a menu.
Yeah, and people are, I'm personally familiar with this, again, with Magit, because it sometimes, even though you have a lot of discoverability for functions that you may not know, sometimes you also happen to realize that something is missing in the list of available options. I'm not sure if Casual actually supports something similar to Magit, which is levels of options being displayed. Actually, I'm not sure if it's transient native or if it's just something that Magit adds over this. But basically,
no, Transient supports levels. I've decided, in large part, I've tried to avoid that just to avoid the added complexity of trying to define those levels.
Yeah, I was going to say that perhaps it doesn't gel very well with the notion of casualness that you seem to be introducing to the package. On one end, you've got something that is supposed to be very casual, very easy to use, and on the other end, you add levels for stuff that is fairly advanced. So advanced versus casual kind of makes sense that you churn this over. All right. Moving to the second question, which is related to the previous one. Are there any patterns emerging such that it would be possible to, one, systematize and to automate the mapping of mode commands to keyboard-driven menus, possibly even have an auto-casual wrapper for an uncovered mode? Does it make sense to you?
Yes, and I've gotten these comments from a number of different folks who who really want to see some sort of sort of design rule to or basically what is it, some sort of design system to be able to generate the UI. Conceptually, I think it's doable, but on the flip side, it just requires so much coordination that it makes it really untenable. I'm in this case, I have very strong opinions. I think we're better off trying to handcraft the user interface to get basically the best user experience. To try to emulate that with a design system, good luck, but I'm not interested in working on that.
Right, yeah. I think if I try to think a little more about this, it feels like there's a notion of intention that is very important when you are designing UI and UX. And to have this intention, it feels like you cannot just base yourself off a design idea to organize the options. You cannot just work off a pattern. I think you need to have the trace of human understanding in order to have a UX that really works. And judging by the option that you've picked in the demos that you've showed today, I don't think it'd be particularly easy to organize them in a UX just casually for any mode. I think you need some human introspection to understand this, if that makes sense. Moving to the next question, which is related to something we discussed about with Magit. Does Casual have a log where you can see what commands were invoked? This is always available via meta-xview lossage or via the common log mode. But I'm wondering if it can do for Emacs command what Magit process buffer does for learning Git commands. And for everyone who's currently in Emacs, whenever you're running a command in Magit, it's always printing the exact command that was run in a shell inside this $sign menu. So does Casual actually provide something similar, Charles?
I don't know. In general, because I'm building off of Transient, it would have to be a mechanism that's available through Transient. And I would let Jonas speak more on that capability because, to be honest, I mean, even to my knowledge of Transient is not that deep, actually.
Well, it's funny that you say this because even though you say your knowledge might not be that big, you still managed to develop a whole suite of tools on top of it. So, as far as people who do not know transient a whole lot, you're doing a pretty damn good job. Let me tell you that much.
Thank you. Yeah, I think sort of what I bring to the table is, quite a considerable career in software development on other software ecosystems. And, as of late, spent basically the past decade working on iOS apps. So,
Right. I think it's refreshing to be able to go back to something that looks like Emacs after iOS.
Somewhat. Well, that's perhaps another longer conversation there.
Right. And speaking of longer conversation, we have only about 10 minutes left until we need to move on to the next talk. But thank you everyone for all the questions you're asking. I'm not saying this because we finished, but just it's good to see so many people writing in the chat and asking questions. It always shows that you're interested, and that's always lovely to us. And you've mentioned Jonas. Obviously, we're talking about Jonas Bernoulli, i.e. Tarsius, the maintainer of Transient, and what Charles just mentioned about having a transient tooling to print the lossage, basically, of which sex were run by which command. Feels like this is something that would be interesting. So perhaps I'm not sure if Tarsius is still on the chat currently, but he was definitely around earlier today. So we'll make sure that the ID lands on his lap later on. All right, moving to the next question. Is there a setting to close menu after executing a command?
By default, it will. There's a slot that you can define in a transient prefix called :transient. And if you set that to true, then it will persist the menu after executing the command. But by default, it will actually dismiss the menu.
This feels... did you actually get to play with Hydra before playing with Transient?
To be honest, no. I kind of slept on Hydra, or at least, I really wasn't all that ambitious with working with different packages until about like a little less than 2 years ago or so.
And, yeah, that's what you mentioned.
And then the other part was also, not really a technical sort of comparison, because I really don't want to upset folks here, but more along the lines of just going with the notion that Transient was being built in or packaged as a built-in package for Emacs. I went with using that for my implementation.
Sure. And I don't think there's anything controversial with what you're saying right now, because we had earlier today Yorochenko, the new maintainer of Augment, mentioning that he'd like to have a better integration with Transient, because Transient it looks like it's here to stay for a long time and might even land in core at some point. So it definitely feels comparing Hydra, because for me, most of my UI needs in Emacs prior to Transient were done via Hydra, because it was a very convenient tooling. And for people who do not know, Hydra is written by Abo, who's also authored packages like Lispy, an interactive Lisp mode, also for Ivy, which you might know as the counterpart of Helm at the maybe 5 years ago. So all those packages, they were very innovative for the time, and it's cool to see that some of the ideas which were introduced by Ivy and Helm and all this are then taken by tools like Transient and done perhaps with a little more hindsight now that people have experienced a little more of it. Okay, we have still a little bit of time. Moving on to the next question. What modes are you working on at the moment for casual, or are you excited to explore?
Well, so I just recently published one for calendar. And so I think the calendar interface has a lot of really interesting behavior, particularly its support for non-Gregorian events, which is, for folks who'd like, in my case, looking at the lunar calendar, It's great to have tooling to be able to not have to leave Emacs to figure out when a lunar date is. Then I think, for the most part, my work on Casual was really kind of my summer of code for Emacs here. And so in many ways, the velocity that of Casual development is going to slow down, where I've got a big bulk of the modes that I really wanted to take care of, taken care of. I think one experimental thing that I think is very unbaked, but I would, if folks are interested, maybe looking at it is taking a look at edebug and trying to make that an easier thing to do.
That is ambitious.
Yeah, so maybe too ambitious. Other things are like really scary projects, and so not to say that I really have a desire to do it, but another one would be edif, right?
Okay.
And relitigating its interface to have a transient menu, but I say these things, but I'm also scared of those things.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's a lovely way to tackle the project, really, because you are fully aware that edebug and edifs are mastodons when it comes to Emacs. They work very well. If you've ever tried to do a conflict resolution in Magit and you've pressed E, that usually opens edif for you. And if you happen to know how it works, it's amazing. But if you do not know how it works, the interface is a little ugh. It's a lot to take in at the moment. And same thing
It's
with
awful.
edebug.
I mean, you have to know A, B, W.
I can never remember which one is the lower and which one is the upper. Like, it constantly goes in different directions, and I can never remember which is the commit I'm trying to merge, which is the commit I'm currently being on. It's always it has nothing to do with the Git. It's merely Git and the way they conceive this. And probably there might be a very nice way to remember it, but I still haven't found it after 10 years as a software developer. So I guess I'll need to dig a little deeper. But what I find lovely about the approach is that for you, working on the interface to those tools is actually something that allows you to discover how they work, but also how to make it more easy for people to understand how those tools work. So you're doing the work of understanding, of digesting a lot of the commands so that people do not have to go through the same pain as you have. So I find this a very noble endeavor in a way.
In so many ways, as perhaps I've mentioned in my talk, I'm getting older. I can't remember all these damn commands, and my hand dexterity is failing. I mean, there's so many, multiple keystroke bindings, which I absolutely loathe. At most I can only physically handle 2 characters, 3 maybe, right, at a time. So maybe that's just me, and others, may feel differently. But at the same time, the work that I've invested here has been very personal for me, because I just don't want to work that hard, and I want to keep using Emacs.
Yeah, and that's again a very good endeavor, I think, to have. And there's one last thing that I'd like to mention, because you've mentioned this project of yours, Casual, being some kind of summer of code, with the implication that you've worked a whole lot of it during the summer or during this period, and perhaps investment will die down a little bit now. But I think it's completely fine, to have moments when you feel particularly excited and you do a lot of work, and sometimes it dies down a little bit. Personally, 4 years ago, I was working a lot on Orgrome, and I had my summer of code on Orgrome, and that was great. I was able to do a lot of things, to get a lot of things out of my head. But eventually, you have to go make some money to survive, or you have to take care of family and stuff like this. So life tends to get in the way of your hobbies, especially when, it's hobbies that involve so much of your time to get things right, like programming does. But we appreciate all the work you've done, Charles, and the fact that you've put it out there for people to enjoy. It's already a victory. You don't need to feel compelled to keep working on it, because ultimately, as you said, the beauty of open source is that people can just send PRs and get the project going again.
Yeah. I mean, and if anything, folks have expressed to me that, in many ways, a lot of this stuff should be, sort of folded in the core. And, I would love to see at least the ideals of, or at least an openness into rethinking the interface for Emacs. So,
Next, we have New in Hyperdrive, Org Exclusion, Easy Installation, and more by Joseph Turner. You can ask questions in the web conference by joining from the talk page, or you can ask questions through Etherpad or IRC.
Hello, welcome to this talk on Hyperdrive.el. I'm Joseph Turner, presenting on behalf of Ushin, a tiny, independent information freedom nonprofit. Hyperdrive.el is an Emacs interface to the Hyperdrive peer-to-peer file sharing system built by HolePunch. Like other peer-to-peer file sharing tools, such as BitTorrent, Hyperdrive lets you share unlimited files directly with other users without having to go through a central hub. One thing that sets Hyperdrive apart is that the files you share can be modified. And since Hyperdrive has built-in versioning, you can explore the history of changes that you make to your files or others make to theirs. You can stream video and audio. There's no sign-up or account creation process required, and it's all free software. This means that the community has the legal right, the tools, and the information necessary to participate in the development process, or even fork the project and go Cimarron. Since last year's talk, we've added a few new features. It's now much easier to get started using Hyperdrive.el since we added the Hyperdrive install command, which downloads the gateway program and installs it on your machine. We added a peer graph feature, which lets you visualize your network of sources of information. We also published a new package, Hyperdrive Org Transclusion, which lets you display live updating snippets of Hyperdrive files in org documents. Let's get started. Let's say you get an email from your friend Alice inviting you to check out Hyperdrive.el. Let's click on the link here to look at the manual. Let's go down to the installation section. So it says you need to have GNU Emacs version 28.1 or later. I'll assume you have it installed, but if not, you can click this link. You need to have curl installed, which is likely already the case, but if not, Hyperdrive.el will let you know. Now, from within Emacs, you can install Hyperdrive.el. Run metax, package, refresh contents, then metax, package, install, type in Hyperdrive, and hit return. Next, we'll install Hyper-Gateway Ushin. Let's run metax, Hyperdrive, install. It's prompting me to download and install the gateway, which is 51 megabytes. I'll press Y, and I will skip most of the download process. The download is wrapping up. Now, it's prompting me to start the gateway. I can either run metax hyperdrive start, or I can press this button. And after a few moments, we'll see that the gateway will start. It's ready. You can also click this button, View Hyperdrive User Info Manual, to view the same manual that we were viewing in the browser. The info manual comes with Hyperdrive.el and is available offline. Now that everything's installed and the gateway is running, we're back at Alice's email. Let's click on the link to her Hyperdrive. Here's Alice's Hyperdrive. Let's open her hello.org file. I'm being prompted to mark Alice's hyperdrive. Currently, it's unknown. I'll press question mark to see more details. Safe, unsafe, unknown. I'll press E for explain. In the info manual, it says that if a hyperdrive is marked as safe, that means files in that hyperdrive will automatically have their major mode enabled based on their file extension. In this case, if I mark Alice's hyperdrive as safe, and I click on this hello.org file, Emacs will automatically enable org mode in that file. Since I know Alice directly, I'll mark her hyperdrive as safe. I'll click on the file hello.org again, and now I'll press Shift-S for safe. Now, I'm going to set Alice's pet name. Hyperdrive.el has different ways to name a hyperdrive. The public key is the drive's unique identifier. You can also assign yourself a public nickname which you announce to the world. Then, users on their own machines can assign each hyperdrive that they are aware of a private pet name. So I'll assign Alice a pet name, which is the way that I will identify Alice just on my own machine. I'll type in my friend Alice. Then, when I refresh her drive, we see that it says pet name in the top left. Now, I'll do what she asks, which is to right-click on her name and open her peer graph. In the context menu, I see a few different actions I can take, but I'll click on peer graph. It's prompting me to pick the max hops for sources. Default 3. I'll choose the default. Same for blockers. I'll explain what that means later. This is Alice's peer graph. Here we can see that Alice has two direct sources, Bob and Eve. Both Bob and Eve have assigned themselves nicknames, and so we see Bob and Eve here. Eve has assigned this other hyperdrive to be a source. But this other hyperdrive, whose public key is KB3ZR6MQ and so on, if we hover over the hyperdrive, we'll see the full public key, has not assigned itself a nickname, and so we just see the truncated, short public key. Because we've assigned a pet name for Alice, we see Alice's pet name show up here. Now, I'll open the peer list view to show the same information in a different way. Since I'm using a large font, I'll widen this window so we can see everything going on in the peer list. We see that the root hyperdrive is pet name, my friend Alice, nickname Alice, public key DM1, and so on. We've set the sources max hops to 3, which means that we will go out at most 3 hops from Alice in order to find sources. So 1 hop from Alice are Bob and Eve. 1 hop from Eve is KB3, which is 2 hops from Alice. Now we've set the max hops for sources to 3, but in this case, the network is small, and KB3 has no sources, and so we can only go out 2 hops from Alice until we run out of sources. In the future, we plan to add a search feature based on this list of sources. You type in a query, and you get back a list of results published by Eve, Bob, or KB3. It's also possible to block peers. I'll open the transient menu by pressing question mark. For now, let's turn on showing blocked peers. So I'll press S, X, and now it says blocked sources. Now we can see Mallory also shows up. Mallory has been included as a source by Eve, but is blocked, and so in the end result, she does not show up in the list of sources. Instead, she shows up as a blocked source. But how is it that Mallory ended up being blocked? Let's open up the transient menu once more and click S, B to show blockers. Now we can see that Bob has blocked Mallory. This means that Bob is not interested in seeing search results from Mallory. Since Alice has included Bob as a blocker, that means that Alice trusts Bob to block people on her behalf. And so since Bob has blocked Mallory, Mallory does not show up in Alice's peer graph as a source. Well, now I'm curious to see what it is Mallory published that drove Bob to block her. So I'll right-click on Mallory, and in the context menu, open Hyperdrive, and wingsuit flying Grand Canyon point of view not clickbait? I gotta check this out. No! Disgusting! No wonder Bob blocked Mallory. Let's go back to Alice's peer graph. So, Mallory is a blocked source. Are there any peers who are blocked but who aren't sources? I'll open the transient menu and I'll press SX. Now we're looking at blocked non-sources. Darth, who's been blocked by Bob, has not been added by any of Alice's sources as a source. And so Darth is a blocked non-source. I'll open the transient menu again and I'll press SX. And now we're looking at all blocked peers. So both Mallory and Darth show up. If I scroll down in the peer list, we'll see that Mallory is listed under blocked sources and Darth is listed under blocked non-sources. This view has gotten a little bit busy. Let's say that we're only interested in how Alice relates to Mallory. So I'll open the transient menu and I will filter the graph to show paths only to Mallory. I'll press OA, type in Mallory, and hit enter. And now we see that Mallory has a bold border and KB3 and Darth are missing from the graph. Eve shows up because there's a path from Alice to Mallory that goes through Eve. Same for Bob. We can also add more than one peer in this view. So I'll press OA again, and this time I'll choose Darth. Now Darth and Mallory have bold borders, and KB3 is still missing. We can remove Mallory and Darth one at a time with OR, or we can press Ctrl-U, the universal prefix argument, and then OR to remove both Mallory and Darth from the list. Now we're back to seeing everybody. This view of the graph is somewhat simplified because we're showing only the shortest paths between peers. If I press Shift-S, now we're looking at all paths. And here we can see that in addition to going from Alice to Bob as a source directly, we also go from Alice to Bob through Eve as a source. Let's go back to showing only the shortest paths. Currently, the max hops for sources and for blockers is set to 3. Let's see what happens if we set the blockers max hops to 0. So after the graph reloads, we now see that Mallory shows up as a source, not as a blocked source. And this is because Bob, who is 1 hop away from Alice, is no longer included as a blocker, because we've set the blockers max hops to 0. And since Bob is not a blocker, the fact that Bob blocks Mallory doesn't factor in. While Alice is the only one who gets to decide who her direct sources, blockers, and blocked peers are, anyone can view Alice's peer graph, tinker with the sources or blockers max hops, and use her list of sources to do a search. Let's see what happens if we set sources max hops to 2. Well, the graph doesn't change because we only ever went out 2 hops anyway. Let's set sources max hops to 1. And now we only see Bob and Eve since KB3 and Mallory are 2 hops out. Source hops 0, and now we're left with just Alice. Now I'd like to create a new hyperdrive and add Alice as a source. I'll run metax hyperdrive new. Now it's prompting me for a new hyperdrive seed. Seed is a string of characters that's combined with your secret key, which is generated for you by the gateway program, in order to create a new public key for this new hyperdrive. I'll type in Joseph. A new drive. Now, I'll right-click on my own name, and in the context menu, I'll choose Set Relation From. From Joseph to Alice as a source. Now, I'll right-click on my name again, and click on Peer Graph. Max hops, let's say 3. And for blockers as well. And here's the peer graph from my newly created Hyperdrive's perspective. Mallory is included as a source, 3 hops from the root. Let's open the list view. If we were to mark Alice as a blocker by clicking on this button in the blocker column next to the pet name for Alice, then we see that Mallory shows up as a blocked source. Only now that Joseph includes Alice as a blocker does the fact that Bob blocked Mallory take effect. You can click on another peer to set them as the root hyperdrive. I'll click on Eve. Now we're looking at the peer graph from Eve's perspective. This peer graph view has a history. If I open the transient menu, you'll see here there's a back and a forward button. Back is bound to L for left. If I press L, we're looking at the graph from Joseph's perspective. If I press L again, now we're looking at Alice, as at the beginning. I'll press R to go forward, and R again, and now we're back at Eve. Now, I'd like to show you the Hyperdrive org transclusion package we published. I'll open up the Hyperdrive manual to see how to install it. Now, from here, I'll press M and type in transclusion to jump straight to the org transclusion integration section of the manual. To summarize, we can install Hyperdrive org transclusion with metax, package install, Hyperdrive org transclusion. Then, once this is done, we will copy the following snippet and add it either to our init.el file, or in this case, I'll just evaluate it. Now, Hyperdrive org transclusion mode is enabled. Let's go back to the hello.org file in Alice's Hyperdrive. I'll right-click on Alice, then click Open Hyperdrive, and hit Enter on hello.org. This time, I'm not prompted to mark Alice's Hyperdrive as safe, since we did it already. I'll navigate to the Checkout My Peers heading, then I'll run metax org store link. Now, I'll create a new file in my Hyperdrive by running metax hyperdrive find file. I'll select my Hyperdrive, and I'll call this new file response to alice.org. Now I'll paste in a response that I've written. I'll go to the bottom and I will run metax org insert link, and I'll insert the link that I stored earlier. As the link description, I'll change it to snippet from Alice's Hyperdrive file. And I'll save my Hyperdrive file. Now, to show that the link works, I'll just kill this buffer showing the hello.org file, and I'll click on the link. Now, in addition to linking from my file to the heading in Alice's file, I'd like to transclude this heading's content in my file. So I'll go to the link in my file and run metax org transclusion make from link. And I'll save my file again. All that's been added is another link prefixed with this transclude keyword. To make the transclusion show up in line, I'll run metax org transclusion add. The content of Alice's file hasn't been copied into mine, it's just being transcluded. So if I run metax org transclusion remove, you'll see that the underlying content is still just the transclude keyword and the link. Now some time has passed and Alice has updated her Hyperdrive file. She wrote, "Please add me as a source." Since the transclude link that I added in my file does not specify a version, it will always transclude the latest version of Alice's hello.org file. So if I run metax org transclusion add once more, we'll see that the latest version of Alice's file gets transcluded into mine. Let's say that I want to transclude the previous version of Alice's hello.org file, and I don't want my transclusion to change when Alice updates her file. That's possible too. I'll go over to her file and run metax hyperdrive open previous version. Now when I widen the window a little, we can see in the mode line that this is version 57. For an explanation of what the version numbers mean, check out the last video or the info manual. For now, I'll go down to her check out my peers heading and run metax org store link. Now, in my response to Alice, I'll insert the link. I'll run org transclusion make from link. And now there are two transclusions. The first transclusion will update whenever Alice updates her file, and the second transclusion is pinned to version 57. That covers Hyperdrive install, the peer graph, and Hyperdrive org transclusion. Feel free to check out the hyperdrive.el info manual in the Ushin Hyperdrive here, or on the ushin.org website. Thanks to the folks at Sopranica, we have a public XMPP group chat you can join, either using an XMPP client or anonymously from your browser. If you use Matrix, there's also a bridge. Thank you for watching, and thank you to the EmacsConf organizers and all the presenters who made this wonderful event possible.
have someone to verify for us.
Leo, is my audio working?
Yeah, I can hear you just fine, and I think
Okay.
we fixed it now.
One thing I wanted to mention was that, as with last year, I just released a new version of Hyperdrive.el, and it depends on the latest release of Transient.el. And so if you are going to install this package, make sure that you restart your Emacs after you install it if you aren't already up to date with Transient, which was released yesterday. Otherwise, since this latest version of Transient.el updates the transient prefix EIEIO class, and it won't work unless you restart Emacs.
Okay, well, good to know. I think that's a small price to pay to be on the bleeding edge of bleeding edges.
All right, I see there's a question here. Let me see if I can read it.
Yeah, sure. Do you want me to field it to you, or do you want to read it?
Oh, sure. Go ahead. I'd love to hear you read it.
Sure, thank you. So first question. Hi there. Thank you for the talk. I enjoyed watching it. I tried this tool last year and it seemed to work well, but I don't know anyone who actually uses it. Network effects are tricky. Do you know of any public shares people can join to try this tool out properly? Thank you.
Network effects are indeed tricky. Yeah. That's kind of part of the purpose of the peer graph, is to make it easier to discover peers in a way that's more reliable and consistent than just somebody puts a public key on Reddit and then it's lost unless somebody finds it. But the public keys that I know of there's the public key for the Ushin hyperdrive, which is basically just the same content that's on the website mirrored to a hyperdrive. And then there are a few other ones. There's like Hypha.coop has some webzine content accessible via hyperdrive and also via IPFS. And then Mauve Signweaver has a blog that's also available on Hyper. So that's blog.mauve.moe. But besides that, that's kind of the purpose of this peer graph thing, is to make it easier to discover other peers.
Yeah, to make it also very visual in a way, because I personally, it's funny because it reminded me of talks that I did in the past about the trust system for PGP keychains. Because at the end of the day, this trust system, whether you trust someone absolutely or relatively, the blocking system, it feels very related. Any kind of a chain of trust like this feels very reminiscent, obviously, but it felt very nice that for you had a dynamic display of this web of trust, whereas for me, I had to make fancy diagram in ticks in LaTeX just to make sure that people understood what was actually going on.
Yeah, one thing I want to point out is just the difference in utility for something like the PGP web of trust versus this kind of network of peers is, if I understand right, the main purpose of web of trust is to identify that a certain public key is actually created by the person that they claim to be. So you have a way of identifying that a key actually matches like a government identity. Whereas this kind of network of peers has nothing to do with authenticating a key or associating a key with an identity, like a government identity. The purpose is exclusively just to get more peers, to be able to discover more peers who have things that are worth reading.
Yeah, it's a different take on a concept, but even though the concept might be the same, I find there's a welter of things that can be done thanks to this, because as you said, you trust someone to send you a file that is trustworthy. Well, with PGP, it's mostly about communication, but about file sharing, it just opens up completely new avenues.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Yeah. Do you have anything else to add?
Well, and about that I think one of the barriers to the PGP web of trust is that it required getting together to have key parties to meet people and verify identities. Whereas with this kind of thing, there's no need to do that because so long as your content is interesting, doesn't matter that you're not who you claim to be or that you don't even claim to be anybody.
Yeah, I mean, it's again, as you mentioned, it's not about identifying people. It's just about identifying value in a way in the content that people share. It has nothing to do with verifying their actual identity. But again, it's the same technology, it's the same understanding, but for different applications, which is lovely because programming is fractals all over. The same problems repeat themselves, and the same solutions shows up for widely different scenarios, which is always good.
Yeah.
Anything else?
Oh, one more thing. Yeah, one more thing is that I wanted to give some kudos to some of the other projects that inspired the peer graph work. One of them is Adam Porter's org graph view, which is a tool for visualizing different nodes in an org file and how they link to one another. He did the pioneering work to figure out how to render interactive graphs with GraphViz. And so we worked together on it and kind of hacked down the last parts that weren't working correctly. And so this is inspired a lot. The user interface is inspired a lot by Adam's work. And then also the idea of having people that you mark as blockers and block is inspired by another project called TrustNet by Alex Cobley. I can type in the link there.
Yeah, Alex, how do you spell it? Cobley?
Yeah, I'll type it in here.
Thank you.
And I think the link is cbl.org/trustnet. I think that is it. I'm not totally sure. But yeah.
Okay, well, that's very good, and thank you for giving credits to the inspiration, because again, nothing is done without context, and it's always nice in the free software world to acknowledge people who have influenced us, because it's very nice when people start contributing, maintaining software, publishing stuff, that they actually start collaborating with people who've inspired them, which is a nice way to climb over the shoulders of giants, which this community likes so much. All right, moving on to the next question. We have about 7 more minutes for questions, so we're still good. Second question: one use case for this sharing and building upon second brain. One use case for this is sharing and building upon second brains, i.e. Zettelkasten, that Denote or Ogram actually doing. But a blocker for me, wanting to make one public, is wanting to use the block list or whitelist so that I can make them quarantining, useful information.
Containing.
Oh, containing. Yes, definitely containing. Why did I go for quarantine rather than containing? I guess my brain went to a dark place from the 2020s. So I can make them containing useful information for only me, while also being useful in public sense.
Yeah, so I think your question is about how to keep some of the content of your Zettelkasten private and only have certain parts of it be public. If your desire is to only share certain files in your Zettelkasten, then you can use the Hyperdrive mirror command that we demonstrated in the Emacs 2023 talk. In short, it lets you specify either a regular expression that matches only some of the files that'll get uploaded from a directory of files on your machine, and only the files that match that regex will be put into the Hyperdrive and shared with the world. But it doesn't have to be a regex. It could be a lambda, so it could match based on file size or modification time or really whatever you like. So I hope that answers your question.
Oh, great. And I personally, as someone who loves tinkering with my eLisp, I particularly like the ability to specify things with a lambda, because it just opens up the ceiling of the possibilities with interactions between different parts of software. And, as I have worked significantly on Ogram, I could definitely see interactions with lambdas here to make sure that we can send and share files based on a filter list that is incrementally added to thanks to those lambdas. So thanks for this.
One more thing I want to add about that is that that same question of being able to upload only certain files while leaving others to be private was something that was inspired by Carl Voigt. I had an email thread with him in which he talked about how he uses his file tags project to organize his files, and he'll put a public tag on the files in his org database that he wants to have be published to his website. And so you could very easily just set a regular expression that matches that public tag, and then all of the other files would be not shared.
Yeah, and oh, sorry, I misclicked. I was talking to production for a second. First time it happens today, so I think this is a testament to the level of tiredness. But yeah, as you were saying, whatever heuristics you want is actually a good thing. I think people are a little antsy because they tend to brain dump into their org-roam Zettelkasten/Keynote, and they really don't want some of their personal notes being out there. And well, if you are worried about this, I think learning some eLisp and implementing some Lambda function that allows you to filter with intention might be the best solution for you. So I hope we've covered the question as well as we could have. Next question is more about an idea about trying Hyperdrive to distribute work. Does that make sense to you?
Yeah, I mean, you could distribute whatever you wanted. I think that'd be a great idea.
Okay, great. Moving to the next question, and we have about 3 minutes, so I think we'll cover the last two questions and we'll move on to the next talk after that. Could you comment on a visualization thing, or visualization, and your experience with this type of content in buffers and the various possibilities, SVG, etc.?
Sure. So one thing that we worked on was I added a patch that was merged as part of Emacs 30, which fixes the way that image maps scale when images are scaled. So as of Emacs 30, if you zoom in on an image or shrink an image or rotate an image, now the image map, which is the overlay, so it's not actually an overlay, but it's, so to speak, it's an overlay that allows the images to be clickable based on where the actual visual display is. You can also click on it or have help echo. And as of Emacs 30, now that scales with the image itself. The code to make that work on previous versions of Emacs, you can see the advice that we added in Hyperdrive SBB view, that file in hyperdrive.el. If you're curious to see how you could polyfill that code, so to speak, to make it work on previous versions of Emacs before Emacs 30. But it works great. The way that this works is we generate a GraphViz string that will be sent to GraphViz to render an SVG, and also render a CMapX string. We pipe those back into Emacs, and then we generate the image map from the CMapX file, and then we put that image map with the SVG, and we render it in a buffer. Works pretty well. You can check out the code to see exactly how it works.
Okay, great. Well, sadly, I think we're a little short on time to cover the last two questions. So, Joseph, if you want to take a little bit of time maybe to answer the questions in the BBB, you can just do this, even though the stream will be moving to the next talk. But I'll use the opportunity to thank you both for the talk and for your answers, because they were very insightful. And thank you so much for taking the time to be with us today.
Thank you, Leo. Enjoy the rest of the
conference. Any last words in about 15 seconds?
Thank you. I'm grateful for your taking all this time to make this conference possible.
Well, the conference would be nothing without the speakers coming and chatting. So you are the ones to thank. I mean, we like the thanking, obviously, but it's mostly you doing the work. All right. Thank you, Joseph. We'll see you later. Bye-bye. And
next, we have Emacs Writing Studio by Peter Pravos. You can ask questions via Etherpad and IRC. We'll send them to the speaker and we'll post answers on the talk page afterwards.
Hi, I'm Peter Prevost, and I'll be talking about Emacs Writing Studio. I'm a water engineer, a social scientist, and I dabble in theatrical magic. And for each of those endeavors, I do a lot of writing. I take notes, I write reports, articles, books, and websites. I use Emacs for all my research, my writing, and my publishing. Emacs Writing Studio is an opinionated starter kit for authors who write for humans, not for programmers who write for computers. And it consists of a configuration, some bespoke functions, but are not yet a package, a website, and a book. And the book is completely written with EWS itself. The target audience are authors who are frustrated with using commercial software and hopping from application to application to achieve an objective. So these are people without any Emacs experience or coding skills. And the objective is to teach these people how to use Emacs, not how to configure Emacs to manage a complete writing project. So why did I write a book about Emacs when the documentation is already so extensive? Most Emacs documentation focuses on configuration, burying potential new users with choices, and it forces people to work on Emacs instead of with Emacs, and it quickly can become a productivity sink. Emacs is the ultimate free software platform, but with its freedom also comes a price. And Barry Schwartz wrote about the paradox of choice, which is about the dramatic explosion in choices in the modern world. Just think about the amount of effort it can take to decide what cereal to buy in the supermarket that you haven't been before. So many different choices. And paradoxically, that's become a problem instead of a solution. And Emacs can perhaps suffer from the same issue. So another objective, using a COVID-19 trope, EWS is about flattening the curve. That is, the learning curve, by making these choices for the new Emacs user and avoiding the paradox. So what about this EWS configuration? I decided to stay as close as humanly bearable to vanilla Emacs. And I say that tongue-in-cheek, but also with some realism. Centered around org mode and the node for note-taking and citas for accessing bibliographies and other convenience packages such as Vertical for mini buffer completion. There's a dictionary, thesaurus, and some other packages that are of interest to authors. EWS uses the standard keyboard shortcuts. Writing is much more about thinking than about maximizing the amount of words per minute. And just think about that the most used function for authors is self-insert. There's no need to use fancy keyboard shortcut systems when you write prose. So how did I go about developing Emacs? I declared Emacs bankruptcy, like we all have every now and then. And I decided to write this book with vanilla Emacs and only configure the system as was required. So the first thing I did, I hooked visual line mode to text mode, and off I went. And the configuration grew as the need arose. And I was actually surprised with how far you can get with just using vanilla Emacs. And I also developed 2 packages to enhance how I can use the node. Now let's get to a demo. EWS is based on a typical research and writing workflow. First step is you need to get some inspiration. And usually we do that by reading, by watching, by listening. Then the next step is ideation. You develop your ideas, summarize ideas from other people, write down your own ideas, and for that you need a note-taking system. EWS also talks about managing bibliographies. The third step is production. This is the actual writing process where, in this case, the EWS book. And once that is finished, we convert this org mode file into something that can be published. So that might be an ebook in an EPUB format or PDF for the interior of a paperback book, or perhaps as an ebook as well. And there's also configuration in Emacs to produce MS Word documents if you need to collaborate with other people. So let's jump in to Emacs and walk through this workflow, give you a very quick demonstration of what's in the box. So the first step in the EWS workflow is inspiration. We all stand on the shoulders of each other. Some giants, most of them are normal people. We get inspiration by reading, listening, and watching. And Emacs can help you access text, sound, and video. It depends on external software, and Emacs acts as a beautiful interface, and EWS helps you with the configuration. But we also need a tool to manage our electronic library. And BibTeX and CETA package by Bruce Tarkos provides a perfect interface to manage his literature. So if I open my bibliography here, you see that I've got 1864 references in my bibtex files. And there's a whole bunch of stuff about, I guess, the weird things that I read. Let's look for Emacs, right? Because that's a joint interest that we have. And let's open here this paper by Markus Birkenra, who did some research using Emacs to teach data science. And data science is my day job, so that had my interest. So we have here a denote file, which I'll talk about in a second. There's a library file, which is a PDF, but it could be a whole collection of different files in different formats, even video or sound. We can create a new denote file, or there's a link to the document object identifier. So let's go to the PDF, and here we can now do our reading, so we can get our inspiration by what Marcus has written here about teaching data science with literary programming tools. Next step is ideation. Taking notes is the core of all creativity. When I read that paper, I might want to copy some ideas, I might get some of my own ideas, and I need to write that down. I basically write everything in a paper notebook, but then I transfer the things that are worth keeping to the denote note-taking system. Now, there are many systems that exist out there that promise you note-taking heaven when you just follow a certain process. And my advice, don't worry about Zettelkasten, Para, or whatever is out there. Just write your notes and worry about structure and all that later. Even Niklas Luhmann, the inventor of Zettelkasten, called his system a septic tank of ideas. I call my collection of notes a primordial soup from which my books emerge. Now, Denote by Prot-Stavro is a flexible note-taking system that can implement any of the popular methods. And I transferred thousands of files to this format, so all my information is at my fingertips. So we can jump to the Denote directory. And in my case, that's document notes. And we see here the marvel that is Denote, which is its ingenious file naming convention that has a timestamp, a title, and some, what do we call them, tags or categories, whatever you please. So this is a very quick way to find things. Then there is an EWS diet narrow function, and for example, I can find anything underscore EWS means anything that has the EWS tag, and there we go, it's narrowed down in my EWS notes. Now, this is all very well, but I also decided to write a package called Denote Explore, which helps us sort of explore these collections of notes. And one of the fancy things we can do is do some visualization. So let's go to the network function and create a community of notes. So community is a collection of notes that match a regular expression, underscore EWS. So all the nodes here that are on this list, the ones with the EWS tag. And in a second, my browser pops up, and I shall move that to my other window in a second. There we go. So Denote Explore creates a SVG file, and it creates an arrow between all the nodes that are linked. It puts a title up there when the node has more than 2 links going in or out. And we can also click on the node to read it in the browser if you choose. If we set up Firefox properly, I'm sure it can also go into Emacs. So this is the note tagging that's available within EWS. Now, we've taken all these notes. Now we need to start writing stuff. And org mode, for me, is the ideal tool. Org mode is what you see is what you mean. The text and the syntax instruct the computer on how to produce the final result. And this means that one file can become many different formats, an ebook, a printed book, or a website. It doesn't matter. Now, a lot of people talk about what you see, what you get, and that we should have a what you see, what you get mode in Emacs. I think that's irrelevant, because showing the final result while you're writing is actually a distraction. Traditional writing, producing the content, and designing the layout and typesetting are separate processes done by different professionals. In Emacs Writing Studio, the writing is still done by a human. There are no provisions for large language models in EWS. But layout and typesetting is done by external software, be it CSS, LaTeX, or XML, all mediated by org mode. And EWS also has some other tools for case conversion, thesaurus, and a dictionary that I haven't got time to show. But what I will show you is how the book functions and then how we create these publications. Okay, let's go to my project file. So these are the EWS chapters, and each chapter is an org mode file. Let's go into the main document, which is set up with Olivetti mode, just to make it easier to read. And what we see here is all the fluff from org mode. So this is these are all the various bits of metadata that are used to create the final result. And then for each chapter, I have an inclusion. So this references another file. I've got some properties. In this case, the forward is unnumbered. There's some notes. In this case, Prot actually wrote this for me, so that we can jump into that text. And then what we see at the bottom here is some inclusions for HTML. This is the EPUB version, but it's different in LaTeX. So again, the same file can serve different purposes. So now let's, as the final part of this demonstration, actually create the book, because the book's freely available. You can download the source files from GitHub, and you can roll your own. Okay, so let's open the dispatcher. We'll export the LaTeX, and we want to open the file. Now this takes a minute because there's a lot happening within all this this code. So I'll shorten this video and I'll be silent now. And there we are. This is the Emacs Writing Studio PDF version, which will eventually become the interior for the paperback version. So the EWS book is available in all major ebook shops, and I'm also working on a paperback, which I hope to finish when Emacs 30 comes out. But the org mode files that I use to produce the book, they're available in the GitHub repository, so you can also roll your own, because the EWS configuration is the one that I use to produce the book. Now, some conclusions from this journey is that the best way to learn is to teach. So that was my personal objective, and I learned a lot from systematically working out how to implement the EWS workflow. One of the surprising things I learned is the heavy reliance on external software throughout the writing process. So I spent a lot of time in the book about explaining these connections, that Emacs is not just a text processor, it is also an interface with other software. Now, future developments, as I mentioned, there will be a paperback version of the book when Emacs 30 comes out, and I might reconfigure things a little bit. I'm only planning to update the configuration when packages break or with another major Emacs release, because I want to work with Emacs, not work on Emacs. Now, a big thank you to Protstriver, who helped me with the node packages, and he also wrote the foreword to the book. There's also several test readers that I met through Mastodon that helped me out quite a bit. And of course, all the Emacs and package developers, without which none of this would exist. So thank you all for your attention, and I look forward to your questions and suggestions.
And I believe we are live. So sadly, Peter was with us just a second ago, but sadly, he seems to have his browser seems to have crashed. So we'll be just handing in the background a little bit whilst we wait for him. I hope you're all having a good time. I'm
having a good time, Leo. I just
good going.
It seemed like my great opportunity to break through the like Kool-Aid Man, and just say what a fun this is.
Is that I'm not sure that's exactly what the Kool-Aid Man usually says when he enters a room, but
hey Emacs, something like that. I don't know. I got nothing,
yes,
but just what a great job everyone's done as always, and I'm just enjoying the talk so much, and what a privilege to chat with you all about Emacs.
Yeah, and even though the tiredness is kicking hard for me, I'm still glad to be here, and every time, just before going into your Q&A, I think to myself, oh, it's going to be tough. I feel the tiredness. But as soon as I start chatting with our wonderful speakers, the energy comes back right away. So we're going to try to see if we can get Peter back on the line. So you'll have to bear with us just a little while longer. We don't have a whole lot of time because I believe we are moving into the next talk in about 5 minutes, actually 4 minutes and 30 seconds. So it's going to be a little tight, but we'll try to get Peter on the line.
Maybe a good time to mention, though, we do have just a couple more little presentations yet today. We have another talk that I'm myself particularly looking forward to. I think I can hear in my background the tech check-in for that just going down, and that'll be fun. Then we've got some brief closing remarks and a ton of cool stuff to talk about tomorrow too. So although we won't post this video, probably if it's just us, Leo and I talking, I think I can be pretty confident in saying we'll keep those questions coming into the pad, and the final pad we will no doubt post up with the video, including this if Peter rejoins us, we'll put the video from this up as well.
If you can allow me to interject right here, because I believe Peter is back. I think so, at least. Peter, is your microphone okay? Let's wait a little bit longer. And as usual, just to let everyone know, we do run check-ins with our speakers to make sure that everything is working. And about 30 seconds before we actually went live, everything was still working. I was just chatting with Peter. Maybe, Peter, if you are able to hear us, maybe try...
So I see a comment in chat there. Leo, my turn to interrupt you. Peter saying he just did a restart. So I think we'll give him a moment to get his audio and everything going. Well, maybe you and I can fill a little more. Let's see what's coming up next here. What are you excited
The next chat will be Emacs 30. So just a review of everything that's coming into Emacs 30. And I think it's a 30-minute presentation. So there's going to be plenty of things. Peter,
that old thing, right? Who hasn't been using that for a year out of development? I'm kidding.
Right.
Woo-hoo, I'm excited. New major version.
Yeah. So, Peter, I don't think your microphone is working, sadly. And we've got only about 2 minutes until we move on to the next chat. So fret not, everyone. All the questions that are currently on the screen, we'll make sure that Peter actually gets around to answering them. Peter, if you might want to try quitting Big Blue Button and returning, and you might be able to fix your microphone, or it might be some plugging issue, I don't know, on your end. But if you get it working, you'll be able to answer questions live. We'll make sure that someone sticks around to be able to answer those questions. But otherwise, worst case scenario, all the questions in the pad will find their answers eventually. We'll make sure that Peter gets around to answering them.
But if you make it into the chat, it's fine to just go ahead, jump in, answer them live, and talk with anybody that jumps in with you, and then the recording will end kind of when everyone leaves, and we'll post that. Or otherwise, just you bet we'll take the offline answers and add them to the site. It's a wiki, so people should feel free to add questions as we go.
Yeah. Okay, so it's weird that I didn't get any messages, and I'm seeing the messages on Peter, but sadly I didn't get it on my end, which is weird. We'll figure it out later. But anyway, we've got about 40 seconds until we move on to the next chat. So, sorry, Peter, that you weren't able to join us for answering the questions
live on stream, but we can still record it. We'd be happy to share those up to you how you want to move forward with that.
Yeah. And thank you, Corwin, for being able to join me into this jazz ending session until
it's fun. Sasha makes it too easy for us. It's never that interesting. I remember I'm old enough to remember a few years ago when this was all quite difficult.
Yeah, right. Okay, so we've got about 5 seconds until we move on to the next chat. So thank you all for bearing with us, everyone, and we'll see you for the last Q&A of the day right after this talk.
Next, we have Emacs 30 Highlights by Philip Kaliderchik. You can ask questions in the web conference by joining from the talk page, or you can ask questions through Etherpad or IRC.
Hello, and welcome to Emacs 30 Highlights at EmacsConf 2024. Before I begin, I'd like to thank the organizers and everyone involved for putting this all together. While the talk is being pre-recorded, my experience from the last few years assures me that it will be a great experience for everyone. My name is Filip Kalodziejczyk. I am a core contributor and ELPA co-maintainer. I was honored when Sasha asked me to take over the slot for this year. In the past few iterations, John Weegley has filled a similar presentation focusing on more general Emacs development updates. This year, I will specifically focus on highlight features from the upcoming Emacs 30 release, which might or might not have been released by the time you are seeing this. As you can imagine, everything new about Emacs can always be found in the Emacs news file. Or alternatively, if one doesn't want to read through the multiple 3,000 lines here, one can also take a look at the Emacs FAQ and then go to the what's new about or what's different about Emacs 30 node. Next to these two official options, I also have a page on Emacs Wiki called Emacs 30 Highlights, highlighting some of the interesting features with some context and suggestions on how to try them out. This is more of a collaborative effort, so if you see this and think something is missing, feel free to add it. So, without further ado, let's begin taking a look at new features in Emacs 30. The biggest one, and the one I want to mention first, is Android support, native Android support. As you can see here, Emacs has been ported to the Android operating system. What this means is that from Emacs 30 onwards, you can build Android to target Android devices natively and using a graphical interface. While it has been possible to run Emacs inside of terminal emulators on Android for a while, this actually means that you can use Emacs on an Android device, a phone or a tablet, and have all the usual advantages from GUI Emacs, such as the ability to bind all commands without having to worry about all keys without having to worry about terminal compatibility issues, displaying images and multiple fonts on the same display of different sizes. I should have a recording of that somewhere here. Here we are, which I made earlier on my phone because I'm recording this on a laptop, where we can see how touch interaction works on an Android phone, so I can switch between buffers. And here I've connected an external keyboard, opening the Emacs website, and we have images that we can interact with, or we could resize them if we wanted to with the image resizing commands. Pinch to zoom works, so it does realize what touchscreen interactions are. With an external mouse, and for example, enabling context menu mode, I can even pop up little interaction windows, which one would usually also know from GUI Emacs. TUI Emacs actually also supports them since a while now. And in this case, I'm demonstrating how even the touchscreen events can be inspected using the usual help system, and how context mode notices where we are and allows me to, for example, evaluate this specific region, which I've highlighted down there, binding a command to touchscreen scroll. Yeah. One should note that these additions, for example, touchscreen interaction, are not specific to Android, but they also are supported in other operating systems, such as Wayland and Xorg, which are not operating systems, and Windows, insofar they have touchscreen, and devices have touchscreen support. One should mention, or I want to mention, that the main developer behind this feature, Polu, should be complimented for the additional effort he put into making sure that Emacs on Android, Emacs for Android, can be built using only a free software toolchain, which is certainly not something one has come to expect from working on Android applications, as usually you have to agree to some terms and conditions for Google-specific software. Final notice is that if you try and look for this online, there is an APK, which there are APKs you can find, but some of them might be outdated. To the best of my knowledge, Polu has Emacs 30 Android SourceForge. He has set up some system where, here in SourceForge, there are regular and updated APK files which you can download to avoid having to build it yourself, but testing out the newest version in case there are some bugs which you'd like to report. Right. Next up, WhичKey is a package which has now been moved from Elpa to the core. If you haven't heard of WhичKey before, the idea is, or the general pitch is that WhичKey is a additional documentation interface for Emacs for displaying various keys which you could input, or various keys and key maps that have been partially inputted. But a better way to demonstrate this or to explain this is just to show it. If we enable the WhичKey mode, it's a global minor mode, then I can press, for example, Ctrl X, which is a prefix for the Ctrl X key map, and then down here in the buffer, in this window down here, we see various commands which we could invoke and the keys to invoke them with. For example, if I wanted to say Ctrl X I for insert file, then I just have to press I, which was, to highlight it once again, it should be down here, yes. And pressing I without having to repeat the entire key code again, with partial key code again, just works. This is different from the feature which Emacs has already, which is just to, if you have inputted the partial key code, you can press Ctrl H, and then a help buffer pops up with a listing of all key bindings that start with Ctrl X. The information is the same, the presentation is different, because now if I wanted to do Ctrl X I have to repeat the entire key code again. So it's a matter of personal preference which you prefer. This is more of a traditional static approach, because of course I get a help buffer where I can which I can search in using usual key commands, while WhичKey is more of a transient and modern. Some might prefer that approach to solving the same problem. Also, don't forget to check out the customization group for WhичKey, which has a number of options which you might or might not be interested in. Right, next up, Emacs 30 has built-in editor config support. If you have not heard of editor config before, I believe I've linked to it down here somewhere. There it is, editor config. This is a file format used to specify common formatting rules in an editor-agnostic way. You might compare it to dir local files, which is a sort of an S expression for setting file local variables in Emacs. But of course, this is restricted to the common subset of what all editors should understand. For example, indentation styles, whether you prefer tabs or spaces, and tab width, file encoding, and so on. So it's nothing too advanced, but it's it is a file format which one sees popping up more and more often in lots of projects which want to enforce a consistent indentation style or formatting rules for all editors in a project. And having this built in is certainly useful in Emacs, though one should note that it's not enabled by default, so you still have to enable the global minor mode, which is simply turning on this one option. Shouldn't be more than that, and then Emacs will respect the rules. If it finds an .editor config file in the project directory, then it will respect those rules without having to do anything else. Right. Next up, use package integration with package VC. So, for those not familiar with the two words, names. Next up, use package integration with package VC. For those not familiar with either of the two, or at least one of the two, usePackage is a popular configuration macro. What it does is it allows users to declaratively specify packages they would like to have installed and configured in their configuration file. So that, for example, if you copy your init.tl from one system to another, it could bootstrap the entire configuration, downloading all the packages you want without having to manually do this on every system you'd like to use. This allows configurations to be self-encapsulated and portable. Package VC is an extension of Package EL, which allows installing packages from an alternative, or instead of using the standard way to install packages, which is just to download tarball and unpack it, byte compile it, and so on, it will fetch the files for a package directly from a source code repository and initialize it in such a way that Package EL can work with it. So it's just a front end for installing packages. Even though these two were added in Emacs 29, we didn't have the time to work on the usePackage integration of Package VC into usePackage, which has been changed now. So what we have with Emacs 29 is that there is a VC keyword for usePackage with which we can instruct usePackage to not download a package using tarball, but instead to fetch the source code from a source code repository. This is useful if you, for example, have packages which you yourself work on and know that you always want to have the development version of the package where you can directly commit changes you've made to the repository and push them upstream. Or if you know that you want to contribute to a package, you can use Package VC to download the source code, have all the version control information, prepare a patch, and send it upstream. In these examples here, we have the first example instructs Package VC to download the source code from a URL. So this is a Git URL where it will download the source code from, and in this case, choose the newest checkout of the source code, not the latest release. And down here we have another example, or I'd prefer to consider the following example here. If we just had written this, then Package VC would use the metadata which an helper server provides to fetch the URL from the official repository of, in this case, BBDB, without having to. And so it would be more or less the same like this up here, with a single difference that Package VC integration into usePackage doesn't check out the latest commit, but the latest release, just to keep configurations more deterministic by default. Of course, if you prefer to use latest commit, you can use a Package VC install command, or just update the package manually yourself, which you can use using Package VC upgrade. Next, I'd like to focus on a few features which one might necessarily realize directly, but will hopefully improve your experience with Emacs. First up in this list is a new JSON parser. Let's maybe show the source code for that one. Oh, not JSON.el. JSON. Yeah, JSON.c. For those the history of JSON parsing in Emacs started with Emacs 23, with the addition of JSON.el. This was the file which we had just opened a moment ago. This is a JSON parser in Emacs Lisp. It's fine, it does the job, but it can get slow if we have a situation like where Egglot uses a LSP server to communicate with, and the LSP server can get a bit chatty, sending a lot of JSON data, which all has to be parsed and garbage collected, which can slow down Emacs a bit. The situation was improved upon in Emacs 29 with the addition, or when JSON parsing was added to the core. This was the JSON.c file, which we see on this side, or the old version of the JSON.c file, which employed the Jansen library. It's the C library for parsing and accelerating JSON parsing in Emacs. This was good enough, or it certainly improved the situation for a lot of LSP clients. But in Emacs 30, the situation has been improved once more by implementing with the addition of a JSON parser directly in Emacs. So instead of using an external library, there's a custom JSON parser written in C in the Emacs core, which directly generates eLisp objects. The advantage to this approach and compared to the Janssen approach is that there's no intermediate format which has to be allocated and memory managed and freed again, which of course incurs an additional performance overhead. Next to this, there's also a custom serializer for JSON contents, so translating a JSON object into a string, meaning that the consequence of this is that there is absolutely no dependency on Janssen anymore. This in turn means that now all Emacs users from Emacs 30 onwards can take advantage of this new JSON parser and don't have to worry about whether or not they have Janssen, this JSON parsing library, installed on their system or not when they want to take advantage of this accelerated JSON parsing. Next up, another behind-the-scenes feature is that if you build Emacs on your own, from source, you might know that if you wanted to use native compilation, so the translation of ELISP bytecode to whatever the native assembly or native instruction set is on your system, you had to specify with native compilation when invoking the configure script. Otherwise, it would not have been enabled at all. With Emacs 30, this step is not necessary anymore. In case the configure script will automatically check if you have the libgcc.jit library installed on your system, and if that is so, then native compilation will be enabled by default. In other words, if you have an issue with native compilation or prefer not to use it for whatever reason, you now have to type without native compilation when compiling Emacs to prevent this from happening. But native compilation was added in Emacs 28 and has proven to be a very stable and useful feature for most people. So there's probably no reason to do this, and you can just invoke the configure script with one argument less. Right, and I'd like to finish up with a few smaller features, or a few smaller highlights. Maybe we can go back to the listing here. First up is, here we have it. There are a few new major modes based on the treesitter library. Treesitter is this parser library which has been integrated into Emacs 29 that allows the integration of external, specialized, and quick parsers into Emacs, which improve stuff like syntax highlighting, indentation, structural navigation, iMenu support, by simply having a better understanding of an ELISP file, or not an ELISP file, of, for example, a HTML file or a Lua file, a PHP file, than what people usually implement using regular expressions in traditional major modes. So a few new major modes which you can try out here. Another interesting feature is the completion preview mode. We can maybe try it out here in the Scratch buffer. If I enable completion preview mode, this is a non-global minor mode which will display completion options in inline using overlays. For example, if I start typing a longer symbol like define, now we had a derived mode, it suggests me to, I can just press tab and then it completes the option here. But it's not actually modifying the buffer, it's not pressing, these are just overlays. So if I move around, it gets deleted. It wouldn't get saved if I were to save the buffer. The same also should work in a shell buffer. So if I enable completion preview mode here and start, in this case, I'm using the bash completion package, which provides additional completion information. So this is not only limited to programming systems, but anywhere where you have completion at points. In Emacs, I can start typing here, ignore backups, and it hints to the options which I have and allows me to complete them quickly. Another small feature is the package isolate command. What this does is it will start, or it will prompt me for for packages I have installed on my system, and will start an isolated, or like Emacs-Q-ish instance of Emacs with only these packages installed. So for example, if I said I want slime and I want diff HL, then this is a new Emacs window. It's unrelated to the one around. It uses the same executable, of course, but will not load your configuration file or any other further customizations on your system. All it does, it will ensure that these packages which are listed here, so in our case slime and the dependencies of slime and diff.hl, in the system, so that I could, for example, as you can see here, diff.hl mode works. Okay, this is not a version controlled file. Maybe if we take a look at, if I enable diff.hl mode, it's enabled in this case. What diff.hl mode does is it displays these version control changes in the fringe of a buffer. And even though this is a uncustomized version of Emacs, or uncustomized instance of Emacs, it was easy for me to load this one package, or these two packages and all the dependencies necessary. As you can imagine, the main purpose for this is to make debugging issues easier. If you want to report about an issue you have with a package. And if I close this, it's closed and everything is thrown away. Last up, a nice feature I think a lot of people will appreciate is if you are familiar with, let's open a text buffer, the meta Q key. Meta Q is traditionally bound to fill paragraph. What this means is that, let's, for example, copy this text from here and squash it all into one line. If I press meta Q here, then the lines will be broken according to the fill column indicator up here. This is the traditional usage of meta Q, and it still works in text mode buffers, but in prog mode buffers, so any major mode inheriting prog mode, meta Q will now by default be bound to prog fill re-indent defun. This had what is basically, or to summarize the point, if you are editing a string then or a comment, then the comment will be filled. But if you are outside of a comment or outside of a string, then the defun, or the top level construct in the programming language, will be re-indented. Let's try that out with maybe some file I have open here. If I'm in this, let's choose some function. Let's take this for example. If we forward all of this again, and I press meta Q in on this paragraph, then the paragraph gets re-indented. But if I'm down here and I choose to break the indentation and then press meta Q, then as you see, only then it's practically selected the defun and re-indented everything without having me to move the pointer around in the buffer. So I think that's a really nice feature, which a lot of people can appreciate. It's one of those niceties which come from time to time. Right, so that was my overview of what's going to be new in Emacs 30. I hope that most people could take away something from this presentation and have something to look forward to try out after upgrading. As mentioned initially, as of recording, this release has not been completed yet. And if this is still not the case as soon as when you're seeing this video, please consider downloading and building Emacs 30 yourself. And if you have any issues, which is always the case, please report them to using Emacs. What's the command? Report Emacs bug. That will pop up a mail buffer, and then you can describe your issue and send them out. All bug reports are valuable, even if they are false positives or duplicates. It doesn't matter, because when you take the time to submit a bug report which describes something that's specific to your setup, which the developers might not have noticed or known about, then you are certainly helping out a lot of other people which might run into the same issue in the future. And especially with upgrades, it would be nice to figure out small problems which make upgrading difficult for some people The ideal is, of course, to have no issues when upgrading from one version to another. Having said that, I thank you for your attention, and I'm saying goodbye.
And I believe we are live. Hi, Philip. How are you doing? Oh, did we lose Philip? Is it bad luck, or am I the only one not able to hear him? Give us just a second, folks. Okay, so I'm not sure what is happening now, folks. We had Philip talking literally 2 seconds before we went live. I'm not sure if it's the curse again, but I'm going to start getting...
It's here too. It's here too. If it's anything, it's our BBB.
All right, so we're going to be doing a little bit of jazz handing as usual. Hopefully, Philip will be able to join us again pretty quickly.
I'll only show up for the jazz handing, Leo. It's the highlight of my weekend.
I'm glad the visible anguish and the stress that I feel during those moments is at least palatable to some people watching.
That's right. It's although I understand among it is commonly seen as a poison among my people, it is considered a delicacy.
Okay, so I see plenty of questions for Philip as well. So hopefully he is just a restart away from joining us. So
I feel bad if we don't get this sorted out, because I, for one, had a lovely chat kind of in the green room, just doing our tech shakedown, which went absolutely swimmingly. No problems until we got the stream over. Sorry, everyone.
Yeah. And in the meantime, if you feel like getting your questions ready, so that as soon as Philip joins us, you'll be able to quick fire through most of your questions. And I already see plenty of them. Thank you again to all the people writing down the questions. And afterwards, well, this was the last talk of the day, so we'll be moving to the close for today. We won't be too long, just in case you're a European like me and you need to go to sleep. Don't worry, we'll keep you at most 5 minutes.
We've just got a couple of quick bases we want to hit. Make sure everyone's organized to plan their day for tomorrow. Thank you so much, those of you who are joining us live, as well as everyone who put so much time and effort before this weekend. From Leo and my perspective, if you're watching this recorded, thanks everybody for all your work coming together to create this community project of EmacsConf. It's a ton of fun.
All right, and Philip, I believe you are back. Did you have a very momentous crash on your end?
Yes, I believe it was just in the right moment too.
Right as you were going live.
Yeah.
So what I'll do, I'll give you presenter again so that you, I mean, do you have your screen set up, or do you need to a moment?
Maybe I shouldn't do presenter. I have the feeling that could have been related to the crash, and I'll just visually describe anything.
The camera looks great. You sound great. And on the stream, my eyeball says it looks great with Leo doing the streaming. So I say let's dive right in. You got a huge line.
Cool. And in order to be a little more dialectical, I'll be reading the questions. So first question, which key was a third-party package for a long time? Is there work to bring any other popular packages into the core of Emacs for Emacs 31+, like MacGit or Council?
Right, I already answered that one on the, as you can see.
Right, yeah.
Who's controlling the stream?
If you want to quickly read the answer so that everyone on the stream
I just can read it out again. As far as I remember, the one package that was being discussed just around the time that the Emacs 30 branch was cut was MacroStep. That's the package that does an overlay, replaces a macro with the macro expansion using overlays, so you don't have to pop up another buffer, modified current buffer. but we did manage to address all the concerns in time for the Emacs 30 cut, and I believe it's sort of stagnated around that, but it might be picked up anytime someone mentions it on Emacs Devil again. Another package the question mentioned was Magit. That's a constant discussion regarding Magit, and I actually, from the top of my head, I can't recall if Magit is on non-GNU ELPA or GNU ELPA right now. It's still a non-GNU ELPA package. For those who don't know, only packages which are in ELPA are considered for addition, considered to be added to the Emacs core, to be bundled along with Emacs. And then there's another totally parallel discussion about having a sort of fat Emacs distribution. I call it fat Emacs distribution, where Emacs comes with a lot of ELPA packages already pre-installed by default, without
So
them
maybe I
being
can
part of Emacs itself. Yeah.
Darn it. Maybe I could jump in with an active listening style, kind of follow-up question almost. I understand the kind of different repositories. We have things that aren't maintained by GNU at all, most notably Melpa. And then we have kind of non-GNU ELPA, which is sort of an entryway project where it's not necessarily curated, but there'll be some advice given, which you can take or leave. And that's the repository where anything that was the newer repository that represents help supplied from GNU. And then there's the GNU ELPA, what most of us are used to calling just ELPA, and that's what you're talking about there when you say our consideration.
All packages on ELPA are officially considered to be part of Emacs. They're licensed under the same conditions as Emacs itself, same license, same everything.
And they're more likely to be drop-in patched. Oh yeah, it's time for this to move to core. Is that right?
They have the legal conditions for that to be done.
Everything's necessary from a paperwork standpoint. I think.
But other than that, there's not really a big difference between GNU ELPA and non-GNU ELPA. It's really just this. And the main thing is this copyright notice. So if you want to add a package to GNU ELPA, then all significant contributors have to have signed the FSF copyright assignment, and the package script, actually the ELPA build script, checks if the copyright lines all attributes are all attributed to the Free Software Foundation.
Mm-hmm.
But it's more of a
that's not going to attach, right? So because that's not in place, it'd be a lot more work to merge it to core.
I didn't hear the beginning.
Never mind. I think I understood. You made your point well.
Okay.
All right, moving on to the second question. When thinking about using Emacs on Android, I start realizing all the other software I also want on it. For example, PDF Tools wants a small additional Emacs-specific program to be installed on, and Not Much obviously wants Not Much. Any way to get the goodness of Emacs for Android with this other stuff, using either NixOS or Gix or Nix on Droid to make an APK with extra stuff? Are you familiar with this topic?
Absolutely not.
Neither am I.
The extent to which I have used Emacs on Android was entirely demonstrated in this video, I think. I experimented in my previous video. I know it does a few scrolling stuff, but I have no idea how external stuff, because Android it's a Unix or it's a Linux-based system, but it's really heavily modified to the preferences of Google, which includes not being able to have your own software on it.
Yeah, definitely. All right, moving on to the next question. Does package VC... Yeah. Oh, no, that's fine. You can't answer all the questions. It wouldn't be fun for me otherwise. Does package VC download a tarball from the specified Git repository or clone the repository itself?
It clones the repository. That's the VC part in the name. Package VC uses VC, the Control-XV stuff. In Emacs 29, there's a new command called VC clone, which in Emacs 31 is actually exposed as an interactive command. And when you clone the repository, or when you can give it any URL of a Git repository, of a CVS repository, or a Subversion repository. Interestingly enough, most people only use Git, But anything that implements this clone command for VC, and it could download it. So there's no tarballs involved in there, which is also, one should emphasize, part of the difficulty of VC packages, because when you have version control and you want to upgrade it, it might be that the upstream did a force push, or that you made local changes and then you have to merge them upstream with the upstream changes when fetching stuff. So it's one of the big downsides of version controlled stuff. And I'm saying this is the guy who actually wrote package VC. There's times to use it, there's advantages to it, but that's something you should keep in mind why tarballs are interesting to have, in my opinion.
Okay. How is the new behavior of meta queue in prog mode, prog fill, reindent defun, or something like that, different from the behavior of control meta queue, i.e. indent pp6 in older Emacs version? My apologies if indent pp6, it's really tough to read metax commands out loud. It's not bound to control meta queue by default, I can't tell.
Let me try that command out, because I've never tried it, never used it before.
I remember.
You know, that isn't bound by default. I bind that up myself, and I have that binding. I think that's
it says right. So. I mean, I'm currently executing it here in Emacs, and it says you can also run the commands indent pp sx with meta q, control meta q. So apparently it is. I mean, I didn't set it myself.
Today I learned.
I don't know what's up with that.
To try moving
indent each line starting with points or pretty printed. I mean, the main difference between that and the command highlighted. What's the name again? I forget it all the time. The prog mode command. Prog mode fill reindent is that it checks if it's in a string or not. If it's in a string or if it's in a comment, then it will refill. Otherwise, it's going to reindent. So that's, I think, as far as I see, that's going to be the main difference. If we have some long comment somewhere. Let's try that out. Yeah, that's the difference. You can't see it, but I did try it.
Okay, so, good. Thank you. You did a wonderful job describing visually what you're doing. All right, moving on to the next question, and we have just enough time to cover the last 3 questions, and especially because the next one I can pretty much surmise the answer. Any plans for Emacs running on iOS?
Probably not, because it's not. I mean, as I emphasized in the video, Emacs, the Emacs port in Android is completely free, and to my knowledge, that's not something that's currently possible with iOS. You need Xcode or something like that to build iOS stuff.
So that's a big no-no.
I mean, maybe Apple's going to change their mind on that one.
Well, I won't be the one liaising with Apple to make sure that they do. But PR welcomes, I guess, or motivated folks welcome. Second to last question. I am worried about the situation on non-free systems. There was talk about the Windows and the macOS versions being as good as maintained. Where do we go from here? I gather that most users of Emacs are still on non-free platforms and will remain to be there.
I don't know about the last point, if that's true, because there's no statistics on that matter. But the main, I mean, someone has to do it. I know that Corbin is involved with the Mac, with the Windows stuff.
Modestly, sure. I'd love to jump in, but I'm far more interested in your thoughts than mine. Please continue.
Someone has to do the work, and Ellie uses, as far as I know, Ellie's on a Windows XP system, and so as long as he's doing that, there's going to be Windows support for in some one form or another, or at least DOS support.
All right, and now you put a quarter in me, so I'll jump right back in. That's perfect for where I guess I would take the question. To me, it's an accessibility issue. Think about it this way: maybe that Windows XP system is what someone can afford. Likewise, from a freedom versus I have to do my job and I have to use certain technology to do my job, maybe Emacs is what somebody can afford, right? It might be the only free tool that they use, and they don't have a lot of choice about the operating system that they're in most of the day. In fact, somebody could be in the situation where their computing device at work is really their internet access, right? All of those situations are possible. Therefore, I tend to assume they all exist. And when I ask, how much It definitely is concerning when we hear about kind of black holes in the brain trust of something like support for the Windows port. I feel like I've heard a lot of people answering that call, but the importance of that is that it doesn't stop echoing, right? Free software goes as long as there are people that are irritated enough about something to sort of come hack on it.
Yeah. And the same applies to Mac OS. But I don't know any concrete details about who's currently working on. I can't recollect any details on who's currently working on what.
Okay, and that leaves us with the last question of the day. I'm a bit confused about what version of org I should write towards, because there's org in Emacs, the one that ships built in. There's the one in ELPA. There's the one in org, probably the org ELPA, I assume.
Yeah.
Is there a best practice on what org to use when following Emacs latest?
When following Emacs latest, it depends on, I think my rough heuristic is if you do use org a lot and if you follow the newest features, then use the version on ELPA, because the ELPA version should be the most up-to-date one. The org ELPA was deprecated, to my knowledge. If that's not true, please someone interrupt me before I make a fool of myself. No one's done that yet. So,
I think a couple of years ago, there were chats about. I mean, there were chats, and then we deprecated the org contrib ELPA, but I think org ELPA is still alive. Yeah.
Oh, I didn't know that about that. Okay. In that case, that relativizes my how absolute my answer is. Personally, I just use the version in Emacs, which is bundled with Emacs, which is regularly updated on master whenever there's an ELPA, whenever there's a release. But that might take it might be a short time behind the ELPA version or the other ELPA, the org ELPA, which was mentioned.
Yeah.
But I'm a very light org mode user, so please don't take my word of that one.
No, and I'm happy to come to you.
I
Yeah.
feel like we lost Leo
again. Okay.
Well, that's all right. I wanted a bite at that apple. I'm a little bit. Yeah, I also describe myself as a light org user, but somehow your comment made me think, well, maybe I do use it just a little bit more than you, Philip. I get from my standpoint, I'm using it as a technical basis for dungeon mode in order to keep the game notes for the games that are made using this game engine I'm making that I talked about a few years ago.
As soon as you said technical grounds, you bet me.
Right. So I've studied its internals a bit, and I have my own thoughts about this or that. Right. You know, but of course I'm rolling with the punches because I'm just grateful that the bear dances. What an amazing thing is org mode. But Leo knows far more than me, conveniently having its stage right here, so he can't defend himself from this. But I've had thoughts around this space. Are you back, Leo? Go.
Yeah, sorry, I'm back. So I was.
Don't be shy. You save us all. Maybe in closing remarks, I'll bring this up.
I was trying to clear my throat to be very inconspicuous about me coming back, but apparently I was ousted. I was trying to answer the question, and I was trying to desperately save you from answering Philip, because yes, the thing about org mode is that if you are the kind of people who tend to check out master on org mode, generally it's roughly pretty stable. Like when we were working with org element and stuff like this, perhaps there were some elements of stability which weren't there quite yet, but usually now it's pretty stable. So I think that if you are really excited about contributing to org mode and stuff like this, I think there isn't all that many risks to just checking out org mode master, so cloning the repository and just keeping up to date. Otherwise, ELPA is a fairly safe bet if you want to have the latest stable version. And
so it's more or less the same deal as with Emacs itself. I mean, you can follow whatever published on your package archives or in your system distribution package manager. You can build it yourself if you want to contribute and fix bugs, add features, and so on.
Yeah, and I don't think perhaps a little more with Emacs because the features that tends to get introduced in Emacs are slightly more wild, and not wild in the sense that they are less stable, but wild in the sense that they tend to change a lot more stuff. The org, the core of org, at least during Bastion's maintenance ship, was very stable when you think about it. Things might change with Yor right now in terms of how he wants to change some of the core behaviors, but it's usually pretty stable. And whether you use the latest major version, the latest minor version, things are probably going to be pretty stable at the end of the day.
It's like you heard me while you were offline. And I do agree with that. In case you might have heard both our remarks and think we're talking different angles. Actually, I think we would tend to agree on this, Leo and I. For the record, when I'm saying, oh, I have to go keep up with org, that's because org grows behaviors that I've got my own. I had to figure out at some point my own way to do it, and now I'm learning how it's done, right? So I'm like, oh, well, in my abstraction, blah, right? And those conversations usually end at, and somebody else took the time to figure out how to actually make Emacs do that. Go be quiet. And I do. And I do consider that under Bastion's tenure, it has been quite stable. We might notice the occasional, like, oh, this highlights now and that didn't. Right, but very often, very infrequently is it breaking my workflow as a user in the event.
It's interesting to me that this mirrors my experience with Emacs itself, where I think, in my perception, Emacs master is very stable, and I might notice the slight changes between git pulls, but otherwise, in my experience, org mode suddenly changes something. I don't know what changed or what's going on or what caused it, and it seemed, and I perceive it as being a sudden uncontrolled change or so.
And I think that's apt, right? That gets right at it. If we're pulling from org pretty regularly, cron job every night, or pulling a few times a day, or something like that, we're gonna
the internals.
Yeah, we'll have a different experience than, if we only remember to update org once every 4 months. It really pays to stick with every
and suddenly
change
lots of things might change.
of whatever broken my own config, right? And so a lot of things within Emacs, but also within the free software tool chain, it's how much you're going to invest in the config might limit, and in maintaining your config may limit the depth of how far it makes sense for you to go with the tool at any given point in time.
Actually, just looked up my org config, and it's 4. I set 4 options, user options. So that's if that's a measurement of org expertise, that's my level. It's 4.
That's all good then.
4 of 4. I'm assuming that is right.
4 of what?
What was the metric, therefore, of like 1,000?
4 out of the number of user options that org provides.
Okay, I see. 4, more like 10,000. I'm there.
Yeah.
All right. On that note, I suggest we move towards close because it's fairly late for me and I need to sleep. And Philip, I think it's pretty late for you as well, isn't it?
I'm in Germany, so it's about.
So it is pretty late. It's same time zone as me. It's 11 p.m. for you.
Truly, yeah.
Yeah, so I suggest we both take the chance to go to bed as soon as we can. But Philip, thank you so much for both the presentation and also the answers that you provided to us and the nice little chat we had at the end. We look forward to seeing you again next year, perhaps for Emacs 31. I'm not sure. I was chatting with Wasamasa, trying to make pronostics about when Emacs 30 is going to be released.
There's a pre-release coming soon. I should have mentioned that earlier.
Well,
there's a
there you go for people who...
Yeah.
Go on.
Fun fact.
All right. Okay, I think we are live again. Hello again, Colwyn. It's been just a hot second. All right, let me start recording. Hi,
Did you miss us? in that hot second.
It was a very hot short second. Everyone's putting webcams, I guess. I think I should put my own webcam now. I will figure out a way later. Do we have Chloe join as well? Chloe has been checking in people today. I think he's joining us. All right. So everything is working. Audio is fine.
All right. Who wants to share the thing?
I will share it. Just give me a second. Saturday close. Take presenter.
Yeah, I'm there.
All right. We're gonna keep this short because Leo has to go to bed and
Yes.
everything. It's been a wonderful day. We have made it to the end of the first day. Hooray! Thank you everyone for all of your patience. We've had more whoopses than usual. I don't know. It feels like more whoopses than usual this year, but that is all right considering you're here. We're having conversations. You got to see stuff. That's all good. So we'll hang out a bit more tomorrow. We just want to go through quick, end of day notes. Pre-recorded talks are already up on the talk pages. You can go watch the videos. They're also on YouTube. We'll work on extracting the live talks and the Q&A sessions, some of which I need to pull out of either the YouTube stream or the Icecast dump because I forgot to start recording at the beginning. We'll figure it out. And there's a mailing list. If you want to get an email when we get it all sorted out, you can subscribe to EmacsConf Discuss. Please leave your thoughts, suggestions, whatever on pad.emacsconf.org/2024. Lots of people joined us today. Thank you very much. We had 177 at peak for the Gen track and 226 something viewers at peak for development, plus extra for people watching through low res, which actually stayed up this year. Hooray! All right.
Yay!
Yay! Does someone else want to read their thanks, or people can just read the thanks because again we're trying to get through things quickly and we have so many people to thank. It's great. We'll go into more thanks tomorrow when people have slept.
Cohen, do you want to take it?
Sure. Thanks,
Leo.
Leo. And let me just say thanks, Leo. And really to all the speakers, the participants, everybody whose work on Emacs itself led to the fascinating what's new in Emacs 30 and what's upcoming conversation that we were just a part of. It's a lot of fantastic stuff. There's too many people to thank all by name, and likely we'll have left some people out. I think you were glancing at this in the last talk because we were just hastily throwing these notes together to not leave you completely cold as we all run scurrying from our beds to get ready to do it all again tomorrow. But just from the bottom of our hearts, thank you so much. I don't want to not mention the part that's actually highlighted for me to say here, which is you may already be aware if you visited any Free Software Foundation website, maybe some GNU pages, such as the GNU Savannah page. Savannah is a repository hosting Emacs, and even FSF hosts some infrastructure for this conference and host our media assets year round. And they're running their fundraiser right now. They also you can give to this conference year round. For the first year, we're dipping into that pool of money that you've so generously given us in years past and using it for some of this year's conference infrastructure. Thanks to Sasha's work, that all just worked great as we moved it from host to host to get what we needed, and we'll talk about all that more tomorrow, I'm sure. I don't know where that leaves us. Anybody else? Floey, you want to jump in and close on the day? Do you have fun checking people in today? I sure appreciated it. Everything worked perfectly, by the way, y'all.
Yeah, I'm
You can sense the clear divides between the Europeans and the Americans right here.
I'm afraid I summed it up in my first sentence, right? We're tired. We're going to go climb into our beds now, but we're excited to do it all again tomorrow. Thanks everybody for all your hard work. It's sure worth it from this seat. Thanks everybody.
Thanks.
And I guess that's us for today. So we'll see you tomorrow, starting same time as today, which is 9 a.m. EST, and 2 p.m. UTC. So in about 8 hours 24. So that's 16 hours from now, if you are keeping count. So I can still count, even though it's very late in the day and I've had 8 hours of conference. So thank you so much for tuning in, and we'll see you tomorrow. Bye-bye, everyone.